let me let people know that I am streaming. Says it's sending data. I got to go to my YouTube channel. Hopefully, it is not playing noises right now. Hold on. View channel. I think if I just copy the link address, that would be safe. All right, let me just notify at everyone. If I can spell at everyone. I love these days. These are my favorite days. Oh, what's the sound level on this? Bobro says, hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, hello. Good morning. It's a Rubik's, says, hey, how you doing, Rubik's? Starting to pile on in. It is a good morning. What was I doing? Meet up with Schwenkrieg's group. Oh, this is cool. Mike sounds good, says it's a Rubik's. Thank you. My game is very quiet right now. To enable people to be able to call me. The phones are open. 202-998-5218. Wigan Keegan saying sound levels tolerable. Woke ender. Gotta. Yo, this is a really dark place. Like, holy crap. I can't see anything. All right. Hopefully no enemies. Oh, there's a anomaly. Well, well, well. It's probably up there. See if I could jump up there and access that. I honestly can't hear this game at all. Let me turn it up a little. Is my... Hold on. It would really help if I have my my headphones turned on. I was like, I don't hear the game at all. Yeah, idiot. You can't hear it on because your headphones are off. Man, I need this coffee more than you know. All right. No, this is that volume is just fine. I can hear it. It's loud enough and it's not distracting from any calls that come in. Crap. Where was I? Yes. Oh my God, the camera is shaking. You know what time it is? It's kitty cat cam. Let's say hello to Pepper. Everybody says hello to Pepper. Yeah. Or the pets. Yes. We're going to say hello. This is Pepper. Say hello to her, Pepper. Wigan Keegan says, ignore me. I am playing with myself. Okay, bro. You don't got to chat that. You're good. I'm glad you trust me enough with that kind of information. Void cats are the best. I do like void cats. All right. I don't know why you're licking that. Is there something on my wrist? Is there something on my wrist, baby? You good? Can I pet you? Okay. Yes, pet me, says Peppers. Ow. Ow. Are you good? Have you gotten enough attention? Do you want any more? Sweetie, my hand is all slobbered. I would appreciate... Ow! You good? Are you good? House Panther. I have one too. He stares at me judgmentally. Yes, so does my cat. Yes, what do you want? What do you want? I'm not petting you anymore. You want me to just sit here? Just get licked? Okay. Yes, this I can do. Okay, but then you don't want it. What the heck? What do you want? You good? All right, you good? You done? We done? Okay. I love you, baby. That's my cat Pepper. Anyway, we are taking calls 202-998-5218. You want to talk to? Do you want to debate a woke liberal? I'm right here. I'll hear you out. I'll hear out your arguments. We'll listen in. It'll be great. You'll love it. And then while we're doing that, I'm going to figure out where I need to be going. Ooh, what do we got here? That's some good stuff. Now that I think about it, what was this? What do we have here? Let's see. A little bit of radiation. Reduces weight, reduces bleeding resistance. That's not good. That's not good at all. Let me see. I was heading west, if I'm not mistaken. House Panther. Yes. Does this tunnel go anywhere? Looks like it's got a upward crevice, but nothing else. Is there a way this way? There is not. What about over here? Ooh, what do we got here? Big ass tunnel. I'll take it. What's up, dude? Is he... One down. I wish I had direction. My compass got pawned. Dang. Dude, how many shots do I need to kill these things? One just jumped up. One just jumped up. Crap. Oh, thank God he turned around. Where'd he go? All right. It's a Rubik says, have you played Chronos yet? No, I have not. How many are there? Holy crap. That's so many. We need better ammo. Maybe if I can hit them. All right. The better ammo does work. Bro, forget this, dude. Throw the grenade. There's too many of them. Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Let's see. It's a Rubik says you might like it if you like this game. Wandering Robot Studio says I'm the same age as First Amender and I have 3 times the gray hairs. Wow. I don't spend a lot of time outside, and that does attribute to youth. Regan Keegan says, how many are many? More fingers and toes? It's hard to hit these things. I just died. Hey, my 200th death. Yes, Pepper. What? Do you want more attention? She doesn't. She just wants to rub her face on stuff. That's Trident. You're not going to like Trident. That's Spearmint. That has Spearmint. You're not going to like Spearmint. Are you good? My cat is sniffing. She's sniffing. She's sniffing. Let's see here. Amender, are you in the natural rights camp or the legal rights camp? The natural rights camp or the legal rights camp? I mean, probably a bit of both. Do I have to be in one or the other? All right, we got to collect this stuff again because we died. Wigan Keegan says, bro, who does not spend time outside? Plays game inside a cave. I wish I had a fun punchline. I mean, it's a pretty fun game. It's a great game. I mean, you know, who am I to judge people for what they do? I enjoy video games. I mean, I just enjoy that. You know, I've enjoyed that ever since I was little. You know, video games are fun. They're fun. Great American pastime. The video game. Besides, have you seen video games? They're fun. They're great. They're a good time. I can't have fun playing video games. I gotta watch Fox News all day. Imagine the way that you get your fun is you watch Fox News. That would be awful. Druid says, wait, you are video games. Yes, I am video games. I am the literal amalgamation of video games. Dude, there were so many of those crawlers. But there's no, like, spawning mechanism that makes more. Like, there's an X amount of crawlers in there, so... Loop. Hi. I think if I just hit him in the head. But it's really hard to hit. Really hard to hit. Like, I think as long as I don't hit him in the back... There's so many of them, dude. It's wild. Bloop. Okay, got a couple there. Bloop. I really should be using the sniper or the shotgun. Hey, that was a good shot. So, hold on. Wigan Keegan says, it's a Rubik says, do you have a favorite video game? Yes. Yes, I have a couple. The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind and Half-Life 2, as well as Super Metroid. Castlevania 1. There you go. Chrono Trigger. Best games of all time. Those are it. Those are the best games of all time. Never played a better game. God damn, bro. Kill this thing. Where'd it go? Did it run off up there? Yep. Got him. All right. The fractal angle is interesting? Fractal? What are you talking about? Also, how many of these crawlers are there? Oh boy. Well. All right, that's another one down. Of course I have to comment on my comments. What are my conversations but reflections on ourselves? We are taking calls 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Let's have a debate. Let's do it. I am the woke liberal willing to hear you out. There's so many crawlers, bro. Why are there so many here? Oh, thank God. Thank God we're out of this place. Holy crap. There's so many crawlers. This game was just like, let's throw 20 crawlers at him. See how he does. Let's see here. It's a Rubik says, have you been following the Skywind mod, recreating Morrowind and Skyrim? No. Because the way that would basically mean is that basically just kind of circumvents the entire point of Morrowind to begin with, right? Because there's like an entire like leveling system and you know, hit chance mechanics that I really liked because it's very RPG-esque. I enjoyed the heck out of that. And if you made it like Skyrim, it would no longer be Morrowind. It just wouldn't be. I mean, you could update the graphics. I wouldn't mind like a remaster. But, bro, you better keep the same exact mechanics. Like, don't touch those mechanics. Like, holy crap. The mechanics are top tier. They really are. You know, a lot of people, they're just like, why can't I hit this mud crab? Bro, you did it wrong. Okay? And you gotta know how to operate, right? You gotta know you have to actually make like a cogent build. You can't just like be like, willy-nilly and just do whatever you want. No, dude, you got to actually make something, you know, make something. If you're going to make something, right? Like take, for example, are you proficient in spears? Do you have the attributes to be proficient in spears? Did you make that one of your primary skills? Did you just ignore all of the instructions that were sent to you? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, God, man. And the way that Morrowind is in terms of like that open world. Oh man, it was so good. Oh my God. I mean, I really enjoy it a lot. It's one of those games, man. Though it is hard to play that game and not effectively become a kleptomaniac, where you're just like running around stealing stuff and then selling it to a mud crab merchant. Anybody know what I'm talking about? It's a Rubik says, Morrowind deserves a remake or a remaster. Yes, completely agree with you. Great game. It's a fabulous game. I gotta make it this direction. And I am hungry. Let's eat. Wait, that's not eat. This is eat. Nami. Okay. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. Let me know if you want to have a conversation. We can. It's a Rubik says Oblivion is one of my favorite quests of all time. Which one was that? Shivering Isles? That's a good one. Shivering Isles quest is really good. That's better than the main storyline by like a long shot. Maybe I should replay Half-Life 2. It's the Dark Brotherhood party. Yeah, that's a good one too. It's a good one. Do I have like full inventory? Hopefully not. It's a long walk to the chemical plant. Let me look here. Let's see what we got. Nah, we good. Yeah, we good. Let's keep going. I mean, it's interesting to observe my reaction to your reaction to my comment, if that makes sense. Yes, it does. I think it makes sense. You should replay Half-Life 2 on stream or as separate videos. Yes, I love Half-Life 2. That game is so good. That game is so good, dude. When that game came out, I was like, holy crap. I've never experienced anything like it. Nor do I think I ever will. I mean, it just really was something new and incredible. That physics engine, when it came out, man, blew my mind. I mean, now we just kind of take stuff like that for granted. But it is true. I mean, it really was, like, insane. Oh, shit. Things are shooting me, and I am dead. I didn't even see what was shooting at me. Bruh. I mean, I could play Half-Life 2. Why not, right? But which magma is it? Bro. Good God. Those spawn as soon as you pick up a magma. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Let's do it. Debate the liberal. I don't like... They spawn right away if I pick that up. Run, 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 run. Did it despawn? It did. How am I supposed to... Okay. M says, how was your tennis match with Jake Rattlesnake the other day? What other day? That was so long ago. Huh? This guy does not exist. This is not a real guy. Yep. Invisible. Hopefully we can just take this anomaly and get the hell out. It's wild that they're like... What is happening over there? They're fighting one another. Brucey says, I just got randomly recommended this channel. I typically watch like car or woodworking stuff. Well, welcome to the Debate a Woke Liberal. Welcome. Hello. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I am playing a game while, I mean, if you want to debate a woke liberal Ask me any question you want. Hey, I'm picking up the same moniker as Charlie Kirk, except very, very woke. So if you want to have a discussion, argument, or whatever, just call the number 202-998-5218. I am taking open calls. I will hear out your calls. Where is this anomaly? Heal, 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 heal. This sucks. Oh my god. Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. Did it take it? Damn it. Don't die, don't die, don't die. I can't pick it up. Why won't it pick up? All right, we're running, we're running. Forget this. This sucks. Wood workender? Mouthful. Let's see. Brucey says, looks like you're pleasing the algorithm gods. Congrats, man. Get them thousands of subscribers and start earning. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm a really small YouTuber, like really small. I got I have less than 1,000 subscribers. So, send some love my way if you like, if you want to hear more of my woke content or you want to have a discussion, then yeah, this is a Toasty Main says, what's up, Amender? Let's see. He who opened the gates of Toledo says, have you watched Thomas Sowell? He's good for economics and history lessons. Yes, I've actually read Thomas Sowell books. The problem is with Thomas Sowell, and you should have the same level of skepticism, is that, what is this effect? Okay. What you should be skeptical about is the fact that pretty much every single economist disagrees with Thomas Sowell. If what Thomas Sowell is correct, if he is more correct, then what he should provide is some sort of a paper or some sort of research that provides credence to what he has to say. But he doesn't do that. He never does that. He's never done that. He does his own little thing off to the side, and this is why he's not really taken all that seriously as a result. Like, I'm not even kidding. This is unironically like why, like, you'll hear people who seem to think Thomas Sowell is like the best thing ever, especially those who have like an individualistic mentality, as opposed to like something like the International Monetary Fund. That this is the problem, right? You get stuck in like kind of an ideological perspective as opposed to like one on the basis of like facts and reason. I need this anomaly. Give me this anomaly. I want it. Give it to me. Give it to me. It's mine. Did I get it? I think I got it. I think I got it. Whoo! Whoo! Get the heck out. Leave. Leave, 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 leave. Whoo! Don't die, don't die, don't die. Don't die. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving. Eric Lee says, I would hate to debate with you. You seem like a nice guy, and that plays cool games. I hate the far left, and I'm sure you're not as terrible as the far left. Well, I mean, I do like debating, though. I'm super woke. I'm like really freaking woke. Like I'm pretty hardcore bona fide. I mean, if you have something that you're like, man, I disagree with that woke person on, you can ask me my position and I will, and we'll talk about it. Okay. The calls are open. The phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. I'm right here. Oh shoot. I always forget to bump up my server. Bump up the server. Bump up the server. More fun than a pillow fight. Discord.gg/First Amender. Wigan Keegan says less than 1,000. Why are you so small? Ignore that question. My ex said the same thing to me. Well, I don't know. It takes time. Subscribe. It takes time. It just, I only just started taking this seriously about a year ago. AWOL's Thoughts says, sup first, greetings to the room. How you doing? We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in. Where's the call-ins? Bro, is the thing working? Let me call. Let me call just to confirm. We're going to confirm that it's working. 202-998-5218. Okay, here we go. Ooh. You're on the line first emitter. Oh, yeah, that works. All right, come on. Call in. It works. Eric Lee says, do you play Ark? I do not play Ark. Wigan Keegan says, aha, a mender is a grower. All right. How about this? I'll tell you this. Check this out. All right. I got a little bit of it. I don't know if it's a vendetta. It's more like a friendly, tit for tat. Okay. So there is another YouTuber, that I debated early in my efforts of building up this YouTube channel. That goes by the name of King Sithis. So let me tell you about King Sithis. King Sithis is the most hardcore, is like a super hardcore ANCAP that says the craziest stuff when it comes to debate and conversation. Here's King Sithis. And we don't really get along, obviously, because he's a very ANCAP, very like anti-government, and I'm very pro-government. I'm okay with there being like a social contract in government, and King Sithis is very much against that. And so all of his videos is basically that. Now, the interesting part is this dude is sitting at 909 subscribers. And I am sitting at, I think, 788. Anyway, I pulled up his social blade. And here's King Sithis' social blade, where you can see exactly where he's getting his subs from. You could see he's got, 1 here, 4 here, 3 there, 1 there, 1 there. Generally speaking, he doesn't really like gain a lot of subs, right? And I desperately want to beat him to 1,000. And I'm looking at mine, right? And yeah, I have less subscribers than him, right? I have 788 subs. But if you look, I'm getting more subscribers. There's just more people subscribing to my channel, right? So, and so I was like sitting there just doing the math as to like whether or not that I would beat him, and we would effectively be equal. But I want to take the challenge and be like, I could do more than him, even though I have less subs. Okay, hold on. Brucey says, I don't really know what ANCAP woke is, but I subscribe to your benefit. Thanks, Brucey. I appreciate that. I don't know, dude, there should be like a notification saying that people subscribed, but it doesn't always work. Like let me see. It should be under Streamlabs, and it should just like do it, but it doesn't freaking do it. Let's see here. Amahala Breeze says, don't forget that white liberals do not have morals other than the directives from their globalist masters. They also desire nothing but power over others, so they do not mind lying about everything. Okay, number one, I don't like to lie. I go out of my way to not lie to people. I try to be genuine when I'm talking to people. And then secondly, I don't know what the globalist masters is. Don't know what that means. I mean, if you think like globalism, I like globalism because it allows me to enjoy things that you typically would not enjoy during all times of the year. For example, I'm drinking a coffee. And coffee, believe it or not, cannot be grown in the United States. So I like globalism. It makes my life better. Let's see here. It says, and don't forget that white liberals do not have morals. I do have morals. Why don't you ask me what my phone number is right here. 202-998-5218. You can ask me my morals, right? I actually have a complex moral system. I thought about it. I did. Why don't you give me a chance? Darth Maximus says that's not globalism. What a freak show. Yes, it is. Hold on. Let's pull it up, okay? Right. I'm not stupid when I'm bringing this stuff up. Like this is the first time that I've like looked up what this is. The theory or practice of administering or planning a political strategy, economic system, etc. on a global rather than a national basis. Yes, I agree with this. Yeah. You're the biggest economy on planet Earth. You can't be the biggest economy on planet Earth unless if you involve other people in the economy. That's how that works. You're the United States. You're one of the largest exporters of services. You're one of the biggest economies ever. It's what? Darth Maximus says drinking coffee is globalism. Trade with other countries is globalism. Yes, because we traded. Jay Jackson just subscribed. Thank you for the subscribe. See, the notification thing works. I think sometimes it works, and then sometimes it does it twice, like what it's doing now. This is not globalism. This is some James Bond Spectre kind of stuff. What? I read the definition. The theory. Okay, he says, no, it's not. Read your definition. Okay, we're getting a call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, I just subscribed to your YouTube channel there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, the notification works.
Great. Well, I mean, sometimes it works. I swear to you, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like I'll sit there and I'll close up the stream for the day, and I had like one notification, and I look at it, and it'll just say like that 8 people subscribed, and I'm just like, where did the other 7 go?
Yeah, YouTube does that to me too with comments.
So weird.
Like with my channel, like I have 13 comments on a video or something, and then I'll only get notified for one of them. But are you looking for somebody to talk to, or?
Yeah. So I'm a very woke liberal, but I did not catch your name. What was your name?
It's Jay, just the letter.
Jay. All right. What do you want to talk about,
and
Jay?
What was your name?
You can call me First Amender. I've been doxxed in the past, and so I'm very cautious about that sort of thing, especially with all the contentious things that I say. So.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. What do you mean you got doxxed?
My job. People contacted my job to try to get me fired.
Well, did you get fired?
Nope.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Thankfully.
Sorry that happened to you, though.
Yeah, it does. It does happen, though, but it is what it is. Anyway, what did you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, I had a really interesting conversation. I'm staying at this hotel, and I had a really interesting conversation with this guy yesterday morning. He was from New Hampshire, and he was saying that he was somehow like related to Larry Silverstein, and so I'm from like a small town in central Texas, of like maybe 400 people, and so obviously like mostly conservative background. One of my sisters is really woke.
Okay.
But so I mean, we could talk about one of the things was that I talked about with him was like the George Floyd. We talked about 9/11.
Yeah.
And we talked about the Second Amendment, and I thought it was a really great conversation, and we exchanged emails. And he's an artist. He's here in Toledo, Ohio, to do some mural or statue or something.
Okay. Now, was there anything that you would say that you generally disagree with woke liberals on?
Yeah, I mean, like the Second Amendment and like takeaways from the George Floyd situation, or
Okay, did you want to talk about George Floyd or the Second Amendment?
up to you. Up to you.
Okay. Well,
It's
you know,
your
honestly,
show.
the George.
I'm your guest.
Well, honestly, like the George Floyd thing, it's not really talked about all that much lately. But I'm willing to talk about it. So, are you like referring to like the? I mean, obviously, George Floyd didn't deserve to die, right? You would agree with that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. He didn't deserve to die. But the outrage and the fallout from that was really unjustified. But how that came up in the conversation with this guy from yesterday was we were talking about the Charlie Kirk issue and like whether or not like that should be denounced and whether or not that was justified. And I thought it was just really odd that like, you know, he would say, well, what do you think about George Floyd being killed? I'm like, wait a minute. Like, that's kind of a different subject. But so anyways, going back to the, like,
well, so do you believe that Derek Chauvin was guilty of murder?
So I definitely think that he could have done more to identify that, you know, the guy had stopped breathing and
did you watch the trial?
Overdosed.
Because I watched that trial. Like I just read. It's pretty damning.
There's a 22-page autopsy report, you know, and it showed that there was no bruising to the laryngeal muscles, no bruising to the neck, no signs of strangulation. So I mean, if there's no physical signs of strangulation, but then there are physical pathological signs in the autopsy of cardiopulmonary arrest and like 88 milligrams of fentanyl, well, then he probably died from cardiopulmonary arrest and not strangulation.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you think that it is reasonable that if I place my knee on your neck for an excess of 10 minutes, is it reasonable to assume that somebody could die from that?
How much do you weigh?
I weigh 170 pounds.
No, I wouldn't die.
You would not die if I placed my knee on your neck for 10 minutes. You think it is not reasonable. And secondly, we're not even talking about my weight, right? We're talking about Derek Chauvin's weight with all of his equipment, right? And right, just FYI, he was already unconscious for several minutes where people were asking him, hey, why is your knee still on his neck? His own officers next to him were wondering why he had his knee on his neck for so long. Also, are you aware of the pulmonologist that was there as well? Are you aware that spoke about what had happened?
Well, I'm not aware of a pulmonologist. So let me answer your first thing here. No, I agree with you that more should have been done to be like, okay, the guy's not breathing anymore. You know, probably ought to give him some Narcan or do something. Because I watched the 22-minute
you're placing the blame away from what Derek Chauvin had done, right? By saying that the reason why George Floyd died was because of the drugs he had in his system, and I would be ventured to say that was absolutely a hypothesis that was considered in the court proceeding. However, the pulmonologist had such a strong argument against it that there just was no debate afterwards. It just was pretty conclusive that the reason why he died was because of asphyxiation.
So what did the pulmonologist say?
The pulmonologist went over very detailed accounts and records on how exactly it is that somebody can cease breathing by pressure on that area of the neck and being held down there for an extended period of time. And one of the arguments that was originally presented was, well, the reason why that it is reasonable to assume that Derek Chauvin was fine was because he was talking. That was unironically the argument that was being presented. He said, well, you're talking, therefore you can breathe. And the pulmonologist explained pretty openly, stating that, well, that is a really dangerous way of thinking, because that only remains true to the last moment they were talking. And he became completely unresponsive for several minutes. Meanwhile, his neck was still being pressed into the sidewalk with his knee into his back. Any reasonable person would assume that this would be a great deal of turmoil. I think any person would come to a logical conclusion. I think even you yourself would argue that yes, it is reasonable to assume that this could kill somebody.
Yeah, those like the last 5 minutes of the video where he stops talking, and it's like, okay, this guy's incapacitated. I'm really curious, though, as to what this pulmonologist, like what this reasoning actually was.
It's a 3-hour. It was a 3-hour interview with the pulmonologist.
So if you go to section 2, part B of the autopsy report, on page 2 of it, it's 20 pages. I'm pretty sure you can. So are you on like YouTube right now?
Yeah, I mean, I can go to any page I want.
Yeah, you can.
I'm not disagreeing that there wasn't fentanyl in his system. I'm telling you, fentanyl is not what killed him.
Well,
and that was confirmed with the pulmonologist report.
Cardiopulmonary arrest is.
Hmm?
You know what cardiopulmonary arrest is?
No. Cardiopulmonary arrest. Cardiopulmonary arrest, also known as cardiac arrest, is the sudden and complete cessation of the effective heart function leading to the stopping of effective breathing and circulation. Yeah, this was a hypothesis that was brought up as a potential. However, that was completely circumvented because of the pulmonologist's recount to his breathing. They even were counting the level of breathing. As you could see, George Floyd expanding and his back expanding and retracting, and he was showing, like, look, you can already see that his breathing was abnormal up until the point where he stopped breathing entirely because of the knee on his neck. Like this again, like if you pull up sadly it's a 3-hour long portion. It's a 3-hour long interview of the pulmonologist.
Can I ask a question about that pulmonologist? Because I want to watch that. Surely there has to be 2 minutes in that 3-hour video where he says, this is why he was strangled and did not have an overdose and die from cardiopulmonary arrest.
It's like I said, it's a long and drawn out explanation. It is not a quick thing that to be talked about. It really isn't, because you have to get into the details of how breathing works and how the chest functions. And I'm going to see if I can pull up the instance where the pulmonologist was speaking to help out, but I have to find it. He was an expert witness. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Well, and I mean, I can look that up later, but so I feel like at this point in like that issue, we're both acknowledging that Chauvin could have done more to keep him alive. So I mean, how he died really is kind of not the issue. Would you agree with that?
How he died is not the issue?
No.
Is that what you said?
So, listen to what I'm saying.
Sorry, go ahead.
We both agree that Chauvin could have done more to keep him alive. Okay. So whether or not he died of an overdose with Chauvin's knee on his neck, or Chauvin's knee on his neck, somehow restricting his thoracic cavity to then stop his cardiopulmonary function, whether or not it was the drugs or the knee. We both agree that the knee should not have been on the neck, and Chauvin should have been like, hey, maybe I need to give this guy some Narcan or, start doing the CPR or something, right?
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So at this point, the argument then goes on to like, well, the backlash of it is like, well, why was everybody so upset,
Because of the police brutality that is a problem in the United States.
Mm-hmm. And so this is where like this is where I went on to like disagree, because it's like you look at these police officers, like there's these YouTube channels, police activity, where you can watch these body cams of like police officers. Like you can scroll through there and you can see hundreds of police officers getting their heads blown off or getting disabled for the rest of their lives. All stemming from interactions, just like what those cops were like. It's some guy trying to pass a counter 20-foot bill. They start resisting arrest for 15 minutes. Next thing you know, they grab this police officer's gun and shoot him.
Well, let me tell you this, right? The problem that I'm observing is overwhelmingly in the United States, we do not actually emphasize de-escalation. If anything, we emphasize escalation. And I'll give you an example. In most police training
I agree with you. I agree.
In most police training academies, the amount of training that goes into learning how to shoot your gun is much more. I think it's over 5 times longer worth of training than de-escalation. Do you find is that a concerning thing to you?
Yeah, no, I think because there's this one body cam video I watched that I thought was just terribly sad. This guy is in his apartment alone. Somebody calls the cops on him, and the body cam, the cops walk up to him, and the guy says to the cops, "I'm going to kill myself. It's either y'all are going to shoot me or I'm going to shoot myself." And at that point, it's like, this is like, what do you do if you're the cop in that situation? It's really difficult. Sad, terribly sad. And, the cops wound up, he drew his gun on the cops and they had to shoot him. But that's the end of the line. It's like it's the cop's life or this guy's life. He had already made the decision that he was going to kill himself. Whether it be the cops that kill him or himself, he knew he was going to die.
Well, I mean, to be fair, right? Like, don't you think that if the police focused on de-escalation and changed the way that people perceive them, that it would be less violent? Because there's lots of European countries that they've de-emphasized this type of escalation and just focus entirely on de-escalation, and they don't have the levels of violence towards police officers. They're seen as people that uphold the law, that they're not there to harass you or give you speeding tickets or to make your life harder. They're there to help you. That's the difference.
Yeah. Well, so can everyone be reasoned with?
No.
Well, then there you have it.
But that doesn't mean, therefore, you should increase escalation on all people just because some people are unreasonable.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But 5% of the population will always have psychological pathology.
I mean, if you're asking whether or not that we should emphasize mental health in the U.S., you will find you and I are in perfect agreement there.
We have
defunded mental health.
Saying that, though.
In the United States, and it's made lives worse for people as a result.
But that's a whole other topic. I'd love to talk about that too. But whenever I say pathology, I mean their mind just isn't formed to weigh our society. So there's mental health problems, but then there's actual structural pathologies that can happen in the brain to make these people like serial killers, sociopaths, psychopaths. these people that, sadly, the parts of their brain that produce emotions like friendship and, pleasure even, they don't get to experience that in life. It's sad, but it makes these people extremely dangerous, and they can't be reasoned with. And 5% of the population, okay? And so as a cop, these people that are going to set out to do evil things, they're going to do them regardless. If they want to get a gun, they're going to get a gun. If they want to get a weapon, they're going to get a weapon.
So, I mean, what's your argument? I mean, I've presented all sorts of solutions, like how to fix this.
Well, you're saying so you want to de-escalate with these individuals that are incapable of de-escalating.
I disagree. I don't believe that. I don't believe that 5% of the population is incapable of talking and de-escalating. Like, again, this is another thing. Like, if you're talking to a crazy person, there are ways to handle that. That can be handled with training from police in de-escalating that type of behavior.
Well,
right. It doesn't have to go to violence, right? They're not a reasoning person. Like, you literally just, like, there's instances where a person like that is like, oh, hey, you're valid and your concerns are important to us. And that alone, without you doing any action, is already enough for a lot of people who have mental health problems. So it's like,
let me tell you a story about these two dead guys that I found on my family's farm. Okay. So I'm plowing a field. It's just like a 280-acre field, and I see a bunch of buzzards out in the trees. Okay? And so I go and see, like, maybe there's a dead deer or something. Maybe, hopefully they didn't get a buck, but if they did, maybe I could grab the antlers. Go out there. It's an oak tree. All the buzzards are in. There's two men hanging in the tree. I freak out. Okay? I call the cops. They do an investigation on that, and never hear about it. So, do you think those two men that were hanged, do you think they tried to reason with their murderers?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they
tried to.
Well, I don't know. They may have been hit on the back of the head and no reasoning ever happened. I don't know.
I mean, I
don't know the individual case scenario of what would have happened in that situation.
So, so what I'm trying to get at is that we mentioned, like, people with mental health issues, people that are crazy. I believe that anyone who would commit murder or violent crime has mental health issues, okay? And whenever you're saying that you need more de-escalation to deal with people with mental health issues, well, it's like, I mean, there's a lot of violent crime and...
Well, yeah, so, like, obviously the over-policing situation isn't working, is it? It's getting worse. Wouldn't you agree?
I would say didn't they take the National Guard into, like, Washington, D.C., and then, violent crime decreased by, like, 80%?
So I just want to be clear, right? Rather than living in a country like, say, the Netherlands, maybe it's better that we live in a country similar to North Korea, where there's, like, a ton of police roaming around and people have a hard time even going outside. Yeah, I just want to be clear, right? You'd rather have that than my flowery option. I'm serious.
Well,
like, this is a legitimate...
but I think that's a very laughable comparison because...
How is it comparison? Dude, you're looking at what's happening in D.C. where there are roving National Guard people. Where people
has
like, dude, you know what
D.C.
D.C. actually thrives off of? They thrive off of tourism. Do you know who's going right now to D.C.? Nobody. Why? Because there's a crap ton of National Guard there, and it's scary. Nobody wants to be there. They're like, I'm not going to be there if there's, like, a ton of, like, National Guards and a bunch of businesses are going under because of that. So it's like, what kind of world do you want to live in? Do you want to live in, really nightmarish police state or like a country like the Netherlands? Like, To me, it's like, it's obvious. It's obvious. Obviously, we need to emphasize de-escalation. We emphasize assisting people with mental health. The fact that the United States pulled away from mental health assistance in the 70s is a woeful. At the end of the day, the new mental health facilities are now prisons. That's what they are, right? That, believe it or not, people who have mental health issues and then end up acting out on those mental health issues, they go to prison. But prisons aren't really suitable for somebody who has mental health issues. And so I go, okay, well, then maybe we should like reconsider how we deal with like mental health asylums, or
let's stick with North Korea. Let's go back to the comparison between North Korea and the Netherlands. Okay, yeah. So how do Washington, D.C. differ from North Korea and the Netherlands? So Washington, D.C. is a heterogenic population. You know, there's people from all walks of life and culture that live there. You know, people of all sorts of socioeconomic status. People that are extremely wealthy, people that are extremely poor. You know, it's like the mixing pot of America. And so then we look at North Korea. Well, actually, I'm not going to say anything about North Korea because you and I, we have no clue about what it's like to live in North Korea. Nobody does. The few tourists from like England and a few European countries that are actually allowed in there only have a very restricted view, and, you know, then idiots, you know, like Odo Warmberger, which I feel I shouldn't have called him an idiot, but that was very dangerous of him to go there, and sure enough, they killed him whenever they found out that he was an American and not a British student. So we don't know what it's like to live in North Korea. And then the Netherlands, the reason why I don't like it whenever people are like, oh, well, they do this in Europe, or oh, they do this in Canada, is because like the Netherlands is a very small, homogenic population. It's
not homogenic. I have no idea where you got the idea that it's homogenous. Yeah, it's not ethnically homogenous.
People
not
are
at all.
All within a like social economic.
Yeah. Well, I'm just letting you know, like in terms of ethnic homogeneity, that is not the case in the Netherlands. There are tons of different ethnicities in the Netherlands. The problem that I'm having is that, well, homogeneity doesn't actually exist in really any nation, because what you'll find.
What are the cultures in the Netherlands?
Well, you have a lot of Muslims. There's a lot of people who are Dutch. There's a lot of Poles. There's a lot of halal food, and there's a lot of LGBTQ stuff in the Netherlands too. Yeah, yeah, there are.
Yeah, 5. There's 5 of them.
There's 5 Poles in the Netherlands.
Yeah, can you look it up, or is it like on Google or something?
There's 173,000 Polish people in the Netherlands as of 2021.
What's the population of the Netherlands?
Yeah. Netherlands population is at, let's see here. Where is it? 18 million.
Okay, so what percentage is 150,000 of 18 million?
I'm just saying it's not ethnically homogenous. That's true. It's not ethnically homogenous.
It's a very small percentage. No? I'd say it's almost approaching homogeneity.
Yeah, so there's about 75% Dutch, there's Turkish people, there's Moroccan people, there's Surinamese people, Indonesian people, and many others.
So
what's your problem?
Open up Excel, make a little pie chart of that 75% Dutch in the Netherlands. Okay, and then
I don't know why you think that it's homogenous. It's not. It's not ethnically homogenous. And secondly, you have to understand that what causes violence is not necessarily going to be being ethnically homogenous. There are tons of ethnically homogenous countries that have horrible quality of living standards and a crap ton of strife. You can look at, for example, Islamic
India.
countries are commonly fight amongst one another. They are mostly ethnically homogenous. Ethnic homogeneity is a total myth
Well, no,
that's
no, no, no.
propagated
So
by the
Islamic
right as like
no,
that
no,
this
no.
is what causes peace. What allows for peace, and I'm going to tell it to
No,
you right
that's
now,
not what I said.
what allows for any amount of peace, it comes down to socioeconomic advantage. If you
That's what
find
I was
that you
saying.
are not losing out socioeconomically, you're going to be fine. It doesn't matter if what homogeneity or non-homogeneity matters, as long as people feel that they have a chance in life. There will not be any of that strife, and that's
So that's
empirically verifiable.
That's what I was saying. The socioeconomic homogeneity and cultural, because like
No.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
if you have the ability to live a good life, then you don't really care if you're ethnically homogenous,
yeah, so,
right? Because
so that would be
it's like if you have a house and
socioeconomic.
it's like your house, and everything's kind of
Yeah.
nice, and and it doesn't matter if people around you are brown, white, green, whatever. It don't matter,
No,
right? Because
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
hey, I got my bag, I'm good.
Well, and then like the Islamic stuff, it's like, the Sunnis versus the Shiites.
Yeah, but those
they've
are
always
ethnically
been a conflict.
homogenous.
Yeah.
Right? But they fight all the time. And it's like let's be honest, right? There's a lot of right-wingers that argue that the United States is a Christian nation and that we need to argue in favor of Christianity, basically spitting on the First Amendment and the separation of church and state. And the end result is, if they got their way, who gets to be in power? Is it the Catholics? Is it the Protestants? Hell, it's safe to say that there would be a sect that would be able to be in favor of, say, Scientology. I know there's areas in Florida that are perfectly acceptable of that. So it's
Okay,
like,
so
which one wins? Who wins? And then do you honestly believe that the fighting stops there? No, it doesn't. The Protestants are going to fight the Catholics, and the Catholics are going to fight the Protestants, and we're not even accounting for the fact of Jewish people as well. What are you going to do then?
I don't know how you got on to talking about Catholics and Protestants and Jews. I think some confusion arose because whenever I talked about the Netherlands kind of being like, this homogeneous, like a bunch of people that are all kind of similar, I think you immediately thought I was saying that there aren't any black people over there, or there aren't any brown people over there, or there aren't any Muslims over there, and you assumed that that's what I was saying. I was like, that's why it's better over there. Am I right? Is that what you thought I was saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not what I was saying. Okay.
All right,
So
go ahead and clarify.
what I was saying was kind of like what you were saying, in that over there, the wealth distribution, it's like a socialist country.
It's not a socialist
All
country.
these people.
It's a capitalist country with heavy social safety nets. They don't argue for the workers' ownership of the means of production.
With heavy social safety.
No, it's
Bro, that's socialism.
Here, I'll help you. I'll help you out.
North Korea is not a socialist country.
Yeah, so I'll help you.
Heavy social safety.
I will help you out. So socialism is the workers' ownership of the means of production. That's what socialism means. You, as a Netherlander, can start your own business and make money as the private ownership of the means of production. That is a capitalist framework. The Netherlands is a capitalist framework, as in the private ownership of the means of production with social safety nets. Social safety nets does not mean it's socialist.
So then what does that mean then?
It just means it's a capitalist system with social safety nets.
All right. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that clarification, because I feel like any time like somebody from the right and somebody from the left go to have a conversation, and it's like sometimes somebody on the right will like mention something that's like they're not trying to be racist. They're not like wanting to sound racist at all. And then somebody on the left, they'll just be like, probably that's going to lead to racism right there. You know, it's like, that's racist.
Well, I mean, you
like,
were just arguing
no.
ethnic homogeneity, so forgive me if I jumped to that, considering the fact that it sounded like you were talking about race. Why don't you clarify what you meant by that?
So I mean, like, it's a group of people that are all, it's kind of like you go to a neighborhood where all the people are working, 9-to-5 jobs in some office space. All those people are probably going to be, in the suburbs of Chicago. All those people are going to be Democrats. All those people are probably going to be driving like a 2018 Kia.
That's not true.
Okay, well, let's look at a suburb of Los Angeles. You can pick like a.
You think
a
that there
region.
are no Republicans in L.A.?
Okay, so
there's tons of Republicans in L.A. What do you mean?
Well, think of an area where everyone thinks alike, and tell me the name of it.
North Korea.
North Korea. Okay, so
people don't all think the same
stuff.
in L.A., man. People don't all think the same in New York City. People don't think all the same in all of these Democrat-run cities. There's an amalgamation of ideas. There's right-wing people and left-wing people. Now, are there more left-wingers than right-wingers in L.A.? Yeah, there are. But this idea that it's like exclusively left-wingers and it's all group think, yeah, I think the only way that you can actually have what you're asking for is you got to make the country North Korea, right? You basically have to police speech that you don't
even
like.
In North Korea,
put
nobody
people
thinks alike in North
prison.
Korea.
Well,
nobody thinks alike. That's
well,
why
they
war
go to
would
jail
be so
if they
tragic.
think unlike,
So you mean to tell me that if you went over to North Korea and we went to if we went to war with North Korea and you got to go kill this 14-year-old North Korean boy, you're going to shoot him because he's just a Kim Jong-un shill, he's going to support Kim Jong-un until he dies. This boy has no free will.
Yeah,
I gotta kill him.
That's actually kind of the case.
That's what you think.
Yes, they indoctrinate you from when you can speak. Heck, when you first are taking your first steps, they're already indoctrinating you. Your kindergarten is that. Your middle school is that. Your high school is that. Everything is that, right? And if you veer away from that, you disappear. So yes, they literally would be incapable of understanding a world outside of the Juche system.
I understand that. Yeah, they indoctrinate the heck out of those people, and it's a very oppressed society. Yeah. But at the end of the day, humans live in North Korea. But
now sadly, it's been over 30 minutes, and I usually like to have a cutoff of about 30 minutes, and then we move on. It sounds like we talked about all sorts of different topics. It was George Floyd, North Korea, Democrats versus Republicans.
The Netherlands.
The Netherlands, yep. All right.
India, and we talked about the Sunnis and the Shiites and the National Guard in Washington.
We're gonna move on, okay? So I appreciate you
Hey,
calling in.
it was a pleasure meeting
yeah.
you. Was it National Fister?
First Amender. What the National
First
Fister?
Amender.
National Fister.
Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, bud, and I'll save your number, and I'll try to call you again, okay?
Okie dokie.
Hope you have a blessed day.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, phones are open, 202-998-5218. That was Jay, everybody. Jay. If you're not subscribed, by the way, consider subscribing. I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount, right? Any amount. Like, heck, 1 subscriber is like, heck yeah, I won. This is a good day. I got 1 more subscriber. Also, help me beat King Sithis to 1,000 subs, because I really want to do that. Anyway, you're on the line with First Amender. Ooh, they hung up. All right, call back. Oh, here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear
how
me?
are you today, sir?
What was your name?
My name is Happy.
Happy.
What's your name?
First Amender.
And what's your First Amender? That's
Yep,
right.
I go by First Amender.
I'm wasting a bunch of time searching for my car key, and I listened to you, and you had an interesting conversation with the last guy. There's obviously a delay or something, because I feel like
Yeah,
anyway.
It's roughly a 12-second delay. It's pretty typical with just streaming software. And that's assuming that you're live and you didn't like pause it or do anything else. So hold on. What did you want to talk about?
I heard you say a bunch of things that were really strange.
Okay.
So I don't know, but there's so many different things, and
Let's
it's
do one
difficult
topic.
to actually pick one. So I don't want to talk about this, but you said so many things that were strange about George Floyd. So
Yep.
the first thing you said is, did he deserve to die? That's the first thing you said. That's the first thing I heard you say.
Okay.
And the guy said, no, he didn't. You agreed he didn't deserve to die.
Yeah.
I find the word deserve a foolish word. Can
Deserve?
you explain what the word deserve? What do you think that word means?
As in, like, someone had done something, and they get what is due to them as a basis of their actions.
Okay. Who's to choose what is due to someone as a basis of their action?
People.
What do you mean?
People. We as a community do that.
We choose what people. Oh no, okay. Well, that's true. Well, you're talking about the criminal code, or laws.
Like laws and government and social contracts.
Yeah. No,
all that stuff.
No. But that's not what we're really talking about. Did he deserve to die? Right? Deserve implies there's some standard by which a person actually is due death based on their actions.
Yes.
And yes, criminals who engage in criminal activity and who are violent with the police certainly die all the time, right?
That people who engage in criminal activity are due a certain consequence for their actions. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
No, I'm not asking. I'm saying that's obviously the case. We agree with this all the time. If someone
I'm not a believer
of police
this is actually comes into like a question regarding the difference between retribution and rehabilitation. I myself, I'm a rehabilitation kind of guy. I believe that most people are capable of being rehabilitated, and if they are not, then you just keep them in a box for the safety of people. But generally speaking, I don't agree that it's like that a person ought be due their comeuppance. I would be like, how do I prevent that person from doing that in the future?
I'm not saying anything like retribution. That's fair. No, I'm not saying anything about retribution. I'm saying actions have consequences, and commonly violent criminals meet their demise, especially when they are violent with the police.
Okay.
And we totally, and the people that you say who choose what the word deserve means have overwhelmingly accepted this fact that if you're violent with a person and you end up dead, then of course that falls within your definition of deserves. If I get into a fight with you, I get in a fist fight with you right now. You didn't start it. You're minding your own business. I'm in a fist fight with you, and I'm winning, let's say. And then you hit me at a certain place in my head, and I've had brain trauma there, and I die. Everybody accepts that I deserves that by your definition, right?
That you got hit back. I mean, I don't like violence.
Exactly.
I don't mean violence.
Yes,
violence.
yes,
I also
course.
don't agree with an eye for an eye.
Of course, I'm not talking about an eye for an eye. I'm talking about you defending yourself. You defend yourself, you hit me, and I die. Everybody accepts that because I created that situation, that I, based on your definition,
I don't agree with that.
deserve that outcome.
No,
oh,
I don't
really?
agree with
So,
that. Yeah.
Okay. So if I'm fighting you and I'm beating you up and you hit me back and I die, I didn't deserve to die.
That's correct. I do believe that it's like a level of reciprocal force that is necessary, and that people have a responsibility to respond with defense of reciprocal force, and attempts to retreat are really important there. And I don't believe that it's like, for example, if somebody enters into your house, for example, and say, that they come in with a threatening tone, that you have a right to kill them on the spot. I think like reciprocal force is necessary, and duties of retreat are also necessary. So no, I don't agree with that concept.
Okay, well, the vast majority of Americans who you say decide what deserves means, right? The people decide that, have decided that.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
I understand that you don't agree with it, but it doesn't matter. That you didn't say deserves is something that you agree with. You said quite clearly the people decide what deserves means when I asked you specifically what it means. Okay, good. So this deserves to die thing, then if it's simply a personal thing, then it's irrelevant. If you think he didn't deserve to die,
it does come down into the adjudication of the law.
Well, that's okay. Well, that's a different story slightly. You were talking about, did he deserve to die first? We weren't talking about the adjudication of the law of murder, which of course I don't believe Derek Chauvin is guilty. You were talking specifically about that, and you were specifically not talking about the adjudication of the law.
What's your point? What are you getting at?
Okay, my point is that, like I said in the initial point, is that this word deserves is kind of a nonsense word. It's kind of a word for children. It doesn't really make sense. And I learned that when I realized that babies are born, then they have cancer, then they die. And then I thought, holy crap, how does deserve mean anything? When I look at how Stalin died, I go, ooh, how does the word deserve mean anything? It really doesn't. It's kind of a childish word. So we've come to a conclusion that you think he didn't deserve to die, but that's just your personal opinion, because the population in general, which you alluded to earlier, have all decided that if you're a violent criminal and you meet your demise, of course you deserve what happens because you created the situation.
I'm lost as to where you're going at. I don't think the word deserve is a childish word. I mean, there's I only brought that up because that there are right wingers that somehow place the responsibility of the death on Derek Chauvin, which is why I bring up did Derek Chauvin deserve to die? And I think anybody who's reasonable would say no, that's not reasonable, right? And it is also true under the adjudication of the law that he didn't deserve to die, and the person who murdered him goes to jail because they made actions that were neglectful in their line of duty.
Okay. That's another point of disagreement. Let me ask you a new question.
It's not really a point of disagreement. That's a statement of fact. What I just said to you. That wasn't my opinion.
Okay.
That was what happened.
Okay. Yes. He was found guilty in a court of law. That is true. I may have spoken there. Let me be really clear with you. You're a police officer. A suspect just broke the law. You are required, a violent suspect, but
he wasn't violent.
You are required to act. Yes, he was.
He was struggling. He wasn't violent.
He absolutely was.
He wasn't violent.
Okay.
Not in that altercation. He was not violent.
Okay. No. Well, I'm not actually giving you that altercation. I'm giving you a different altercation. And a criminal, forget about violent. You are required to apprehend him. You chase him. Because
didn't
you
chase him. They pulled him out of a car.
I understand. I'm talking about a different situation. You are chasing a suspect. You just follow me for a second. It won't take long. I promise you. You are chasing him. And then because his heart rate elevates and underlying conditions that he had about which you knew nothing, he dies because you chased him. Are you guilty of murder?
In and of itself, no.
Of course not. Because you were following your duties, and what you did to him did contribute, obviously, because you chased him, it did contribute to his death, certainly, because his heart rate elevated.
Do you believe Derek Chauvin was guilty of murdering George Floyd?
Wait. Can you
No, I just
want
to confirm with
we'll
you.
We'll get there.
Do you believe that George Floyd was guilty for murdering? I'm sorry, not George Floyd. Do you believe that Derek Chauvin is guilty for the murder of George Floyd?
Can I finish first?
Not really. I just kind of would like an answer to that question, and then I'll let you finish.
I promise I'll give it to you.
Can you just tell me?
But in the situation where you said, of course I don't. Of course I don't believe he's guilty. Now, can I finish?
Did you look at the pulmonologist testimony? Did you watch the trial?
I actually know all about that.
Did you look at the pulmonologist testimony?
Yes, the pulmonologist testimony said yes.
So then how can you reasonably come to that conclusion?
Because I believe that what Derek Chauvin did in the line of duty, which was an actual, how do I say this?
Let me ask you this.
A restraint.
You restrained somebody.
Man. You asked me a question. You
restrained somebody because I want to make sure, right? Because you're saying, well, listen, he was acting in the line of duty. Number one, that action that he did is not in the employee handbook. There is also the fact that it's not what?
Wrong. It isn't now. It was removed in 2020.
Yeah,
that's wrong.
So there was
wrong.
A portion that under specific circumstances that you can do that, but for a very short period of time. At no point does it say that you can, just FYI, right? Derek Chauvin had his knee on his neck after he had gone completely unconscious for several minutes after the fact. What are you restraining? He was unconscious, and other people were telling him, hey, why is your knee still on his neck? His own colleagues were looking at him and going, no, I just want to be, no, because I don't find it reasonable. I don't find it reasonable.
Would you like to preach to me, or would you like to understand why I do?
I don't find it reasonable. So I'm going to ask you just a simple question. Let's say that you restrained somebody in the line of duty. Fair enough. We agree. Sometimes people need to be restrained in the line of duty. Do you think it is reasonable to have your knee on someone's neck for several minutes after they have gone unconscious and unresponsive? Yes or no?
Depends on the circumstances. Depends on the circumstances. What circumstance?
I gave you the circumstance.
Would you like an answer?
Unconscious.
Would you like an answer?
Yes, I would like an answer to that question. Is it reasonable?
Okay. I'm going to answer your question if you will stop talking over me. I mean, I don't have to have, you had a nice conversation with that last.
Hey, dude. All right. I have you muted. Nobody can hear you. This happens every time that I question directly right-wingers on specific topics. It happens all the time. What they do is that they play this troll tactic where they say, if you let me answer, if you blah, 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 then I'll say the thing, but it's just dumb meta. What I need you to do is answer my question directly. Do not be evasive. Do not say, well, if you just stop muting me. No, that's all meta. We're not going to talk about meta. I'm asking you very directly, is it reasonable to assume that you place your knee on someone's neck to restrain them several minutes after the fact of them being notably unconscious, right? Is that reasonable? Yes or no, and then explain, okay? I'm unmuting you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. As I said, it depends on the circumstances. It can be yes, it can be no.
Okay. Why don't you give me your circumstances of how it could be a yes and a no?
Excellent. Thank you. This is what I was saying. This is what I was trying to say before. Excellent. When you are in a life or death situation, like these police officers are, pretty darn commonly, they simply don't have the capacity to think as clearly as you do from the comfort of your couch. It is simply impossible. It is why your solution, I wish I could get to that, but I don't think I will. I think you're just going to mute me or cut me off. It's why your solution is absolutely disastrous. Your solution creates the problem that you think you're fixing. I really like to talk about that. Your solution of de-escalation, they spend five times more on shooting a gun, which is a life and death thing, than on de-escalation. I don't want to. Did I answer your question clearly?
No, you didn't.
Sorry.
You didn't answer my question clearly. You said it depends, and then you gave an example where it is not appropriate regarding Derek Chauvin because people would have been aware. Derek Chauvin would have been aware that his knee was on his neck because people literally told him. People were telling him.
Yeah, what if he wasn't?
Hey, why is your knee on his neck? Hey, multiple times, why is your knee still on his neck? He's not responsive. He kept his knee on his neck for several minutes. So I'm going to ask you again, is it reasonable?
Okay,
is it reasonable to keep your knee on someone's neck for the purpose of restraining for several minutes after they are unconscious?
Okay, good. Now we can have perfect clarity. Yes,
Jesus Christ.
If you know that. Yes, if you know it's not unreasonable. It is not reasonable for that. If you are clear, if it is clear to you what the situation is,
yeah.
If it is clear, if you're not in a life or death situation, if you are not having all of this adrenaline pumping through your mind, and like you on the couch, it's perfectly obvious sitting on the couch, looking at it from a distance, not inside of a life or death situation.
We saw the cameras, dude. There were people that told him, hey, why is your knee on his neck? We audibly heard that.
I understand. And I understand. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I think, I know a bunch of cops, and I don't really like interactions with the cops, honestly. I don't. I know how they can become bullies. I promise you. We probably have a little bit of agreement on what happens, but I believe that that's a necessary situation. I'm not talking about the knee on the neck. I'm talking about what cops become. Cops they become as vicious as guard dogs become because they have to or they don't survive. I'm telling you very clearly, and I'm not really arguing with you anymore about this. We have a difference of perspective here, honestly. That man did not understand that at the moment. He is in an extraordinarily hostile environment.
Not true.
You don't know what he understands.
Fine. He did understand.
How did you know that? How did you know?
Based off of evidence.
How do you know that?
Based off of the evidentiary hearings and the fact that I watched the entire trial.
No.
That's how I know that that he was aware that he was doing wrong. That's how I know. That's how I know that it was directly a neglectful action because people were literally telling him, "Hey, get your knee off of his neck. Hey, why is your knee still on his neck? It's been 8 minutes. He stopped responding roughly around 6 or 7 minutes. He had his freaking knee on his neck for like 13 minutes, dude. 13 minutes.
Okay.
Completely unresponsive for several minutes. What am I supposed to do? Dude, and then people told him. They're saying it. I don't know what else to tell you, man. It's not reasonable to operate under that presumption. It's not reasonable at all. Not even a little bit.
I agree.
All right, so then he is responsible for the death of that.
No.
It's a neglectful action. He is responsible.
Are you going to repeat
Why are you defending? Why are you defending? Why are you defending? Hold on. Listen, if you're a Republican, right, you probably agree with ideas of consequence, correct? That people should get what they have done. Me? I'm asking you, do you think that people should have consequence for their actions?
Of course.
Okay, so if somebody willfully and neglectfully kills an individual, do you think that there should be consequence for that action?
Okay. Yes, of course.
Okay, so Derek Chauvin should be in jail for the rest of his life, correct?
Well,
because of his willful
there are two
neglect.
answers to that. Okay. Can I talk now?
Oh, I swear to God, dude. Stop, dude. Do the meta again. I'm hanging up. Don't do the meta anymore.
I'm not doing any
Answer
meta.
my questions. No. Do you know what meta is? Can I talk? Can I do? If you stop interrupting, maybe I will. Dude, just answer the fucking question. Stop obfuscating. Stop trying to avoid talking about the question. Answer the question
your directly, dude.
No, then stop
yes
bringing up meta.
I've answered
so again, I'm going to ask
okay.
you. I'm going to ask you again. You do not believe that he should have seen consequence for his actions? Is that a yes or a no?
I believe that if he did do that willfully and maliciously, as you think he did, then yes. But I don't agree with you.
Well, so
I don't agree with your perspective.
The problem is the level of neglect here. Okay, I think this is really important to consider. Number one,
that's fair.
Number one, like somebody can make an action that results in a very negative outcome, right? Someone can die. Horrible things can happen to that person, right? As a result of someone's just stupidity. I still uphold a level of responsibility on people who cause harm onto others because of their stupidity. Assuming that he is perfectly rational and he is not there, and he wasn't thinking about that whether or not that he would kill Derek Chauvin. The problem is whether or not it's reasonable to assume that somebody would die if you had their knee on the neck for over 10 minutes, right? And by the way, stopped responding roughly around 6-7 minute mark. I don't remember exactly where. And he had his knee on his neck after he had stopped responding, which, by the way, that move is designed to restrain somebody for a limited period of time. But I got news for you, man. If they're not responding, there is no threat, right? The only threat that you had was the crowd of people that were so upset over the fact that his knee was still over his neck for that long, right? But then the threat isn't Derek Chauvin. The threat isn't Derek Chauvin under that basis.
I understand.
The threat
you're really saying George Floyd. I understand. I understand what you're saying. You said it 3 times. I promise I understand and I understand your perspective. My argument is exactly what you just said. The threat isn't him. The threat is this mob of people.
So then why is the knee on his neck after he's unconscious?
Because this man,
also,
his
that's
mind
not reasonable.
is... Wait, can I please... Look, because he is in an extraordinarily intense situation. Look, you can disagree with me about this. That's fine. And I understand if you will, even after this call. But I'm trying to explain to you, you have obviously never been in the middle of violent people like that, the people in Minneapolis. Obviously, you've had a very comfortable life of some sort. And you've obviously never been in such a violent, tenuously dangerous, extraordinarily dangerous situation where your life could be on the line there.
I don't need to look at personal anecdote to come to the conclusion that you don't have your knee on someone's neck for. And you have to you have to understand that mistake.
Let me speak
right?
Clearly.
That mistake is like, for example, if you get in your car after drunk driving. You didn't intend to kill that child, but there you were and you killed that child. Do you go to jail for that? 100%. You are responsible for your actions.
You created the situation. Yes, you created the situation of being drunk.
Guess what? It's not normal.
He didn't create the mob.
It's not normal. Oh my God.
He didn't create the mob. Do you hear me?
You're freaking out. You're freaking out. I'm trying to tone it down. I have you muted. Nobody can hear you. The problem that I'm having with it is the fact that it is not reasonable to have the knee on the neck after the fact that they are knowingly unconscious. People were telling him, hey, why is your knee on his neck? He kept the knee on his neck multiple times, right? Completely ignoring the requests of people. around him. And that's kind of the problem, right? Just as it is neglectful to get into a car and drunk drive, it is neglectful to have your knee on someone's neck after the fact of them being unconscious for several minutes and other people telling you, hey, get your knee off of his neck. Why is your knee on his neck for that long? Very simple. All right, I unmuted you. Go ahead.
You've said this like 7 times.
Yes.
Okay, I'm telling you.
You're not, because you're not acknowledging it.
Circumstances, I am acknowledging it. The extenuating circumstances of being a drunk driver is that you were drunk. That's the situation you created. The extenuating circumstances of him being around a violent mob of people who in a very dangerous situation is not something he created.
Okay, so where's the knee on? What does that have to do with the knee on a neck?
Because
in fact, if anything, if he wanted to defend himself, he should probably assume a defensive stance after the fact that Derek Chauvin is now unconscious. He doesn't have to have a knee on the neck anymore. He's unconscious.
I understand.
Okay, so then why doesn't he, if he was worried about the crowd, then why didn't he get up to assume a defensive stance? The guy was handcuffed on his chest. There's nothing he can do.
Okay, I will answer this as clearly as humanly possible.
Yes.
I promise you.
Please.
Excellent. When he is in that situation, it is my assessment. And it is the assessment, and I promise you can talk to cops about this. You can talk to any cop, basically.
Yeah, any cop would agree with me. I promise you that.
No. But anyway, we're just going to have to disagree on that. We don't have.
Yeah, well, the entire police force was sitting there saying they removed it from the books because of how horrible it was.
Yeah, of course. Yes, no, they removed it from the books because of the rioting and the political pressure. But wait, that's another conversation. I'm sorry, we don't have enough evidence to prove that either way. Stop. I'm so sorry. I'm going to be really, really crystal clear with you. What I am positing to you is that due to the extreme nature of the situation, that he likely didn't know that the man was unconscious. People say anything to the police. If you ask any police officer, you'll find every police officer who agreed or disagreed with this. They deal with people lying to them every single day. If some people are saying, hey, he's unconscious, hey, he's not moving, that means nothing to police officers because people lie to them every single day, all day. So I'm going to posit a hypothesis to you that I believe that you won't believe, but that you will think is somewhere near the galaxy of reasonable. Due to the extreme nature of the situation, this man was not focused enough to understand that man had been unconscious for that long. That is what I believe happened. I believe he did that, and he did it in the middle, and I believe that for 2 reasons, mainly. The one main reason that I believe it is because he knows the consequences of his actions. He knows. He's watched CNN. He knows that there's been a war against the police that had been raging for about 5 years at that point. He knows this. He's not oblivious to this. He wants his paycheck. He wants his pension. He wants to go home. He doesn't want to kill somebody who's going to end up dead next week. George Floyd is a career criminal who's going to die pretty soon anyway. There's no real use to killing him. It's just silly. And so apparently, not only is Derek Chauvin mean and evil and malicious and all of that, but he doesn't even care about his own life. This is it's just silly to think something like this.
So you said that it's not. No, your position is silly, right? Because you just rattle off a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with his very clear neglectful actions. My concern was his clear neglectful actions and how people try to placate and apologize for it simply for the fact that he's a police officer. Minneapolis Police Chief Mediara, she testified against Chauvin's actions, and it also violated department policy, and that was not consistent with the training that was given to Derek Chauvin. There were other high-ranking officers and use of force trainers who also used Chauvin's restraint of George Floyd and was called completely unnecessary and totally uncalled for. And then there was even the testimony from Chauvin's own department where police in close ranks many were publicly condemning his actions, right? All of this was within the trial. And you're sitting there telling me that Chauvin is not responsible for the death of George Floyd. Get out of here. This is completely insane, right? I gave you very, very clear instances where a reasonable person should have taken there should have been several steps, several minutes earlier of taking your knee. First of all, you do not need your knee. You don't even need your, listen, it is done for
You're just running out the clock, dude. Good day.
It is done for a restraining method. To put the knee on the neck. Now it's not even recommended because of how, he left. He stopped calling. It is done for the restraining of the neck, to temporarily restrain the person. The person was on his chest, handcuffed. There is nothing he could do to, somehow, cause any problem to the police. He's on his chest, handcuffed, right? But that's beside the point. The phones are open, 202-998-5218. Call in. It doesn't have to be about George Floyd. If you disagree with the woke soy boy liberal, here I am. Come debate the woke soy boy liberal. I'm ready to hear you all out. I mean, what do you guys think? I believe that he was guilty. And I think, unironically, I think a lot of this stems from just internal racism. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello.
Hello. What was your name?
How are you? Ham.
Ham?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ham. What do you want to talk about?
No, we go with Ham. That's fine. I heard a lot of people talking about George Floyd.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about George Floyd. It can be whatever topic you like. What do you disagree with the soy boy liberal on?
I don't know. I just find myself more and more, I would say, because I've been I've been paying attention to the political space for a long time. And I think my divide with the left wings came when, and I'm not sure if you remember this, I used to listen to Sam Harris quite a lot. And when he went on Bill Maher with Ben Affleck, and Ben Affleck freaked out about what they were saying about radical Islam, that was when I noticed a stark divide in the left. So that's going back a number of years, and I'm not sure if you remember that at all.
I don't.
Okay. All right. So that's a lot. It was probably about 2014, I would say, that happened. But ever since then, I've just finding my way slowly back towards the middle. And now, especially with what's been going on, even more rightward. And so I'll piggyback on the George Floyd thing. I don't really disagree with you about Derek Chauvin, but it's more about the reaction of the people who caused some of the biggest riots in the history of the United States afterwards that I dislike.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think like any amount of violence, whether it come from the right or left, I condemn it. I don't believe that you can I would follow in the footsteps of MLK, and that you can enact change without the need of violence.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I find that the left wing is more and more okay with violence in response to words.
I've not heard a single left wing commentator like on any serious news broadcast that argues for violence. However, I have observed that to be the case regarding the rhetoric among Republicans.
Do you mind if I make a distinction? I'm not necessarily against like all left-wing people, because I myself hold left-wing views. I think everybody has a mix of left and right-wing views if you're somewhat intelligent. right?
Okay.
But I'll make a distinction. I think the people who consider themselves progressives, or they'll say things. They'll say progressive catchphrases, like they'll say silence is violence, or they'll say words are violence. Like these types of things are like okay,
yeah.
I can't operate in a society where people think words are violence. It doesn't work.
There is a level of words which become violence. Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
There is a level in which words do become violence.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. So like, let's say if we say, hey everybody, let's kill the N-words.
Oh,
and
you
then
mean
everybody
like Rick Scott?
like a call
hey,
to
let's
action.
kill Rick
Yeah.
Scott.
That would be an example of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's incitement.
Yeah.
I agree.
So like
That is
that's
something I
words
agree
that
with you
cause
with.
violence.
That cause violence, yes, but they're not actually violence. Words
But they
aren't
cause violence.
Words cause, yes, words can cause violence.
That's the
I
problem.
agree with you. Well, yeah, I know. And what I'm saying is that people on the left do that more than the people on the right.
No, that's not the case.
From my point of view, absolutely they do.
Nope. Here, I will provide you some information for you. Hang tight. Just give me a moment.
I just think
Just give me a second.
That's fine. You can look that.
So
my
here
my
I have is radical left violence really on the rise in America from The Economist, where they can actually observe the might is right, the United States criminal cases involving political violence by ideology. And you can observe throughout every single year, it appears pretty overwhelmingly that it is the right that enacts more violence than that of the left.
Did that count any of the Black Lives Matter stuff? Any of it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you're telling me that in the year 2020, there was more right-wing violence than left-wing violence?
That's correct.
No, zero chance that that's true.
Well, I mean, it's coming from the prosecution project, which uses criminal data. It's basically a nonpartisan source. So the numbers, once again, are not in your favor here. They're not.
Behind that. I would like to see the metadata behind that because we all know academia is biased towards the left. We all know the people who
we're not talking about like academia. This is just, it's called the prosecution project, and they just look at areas of extremism on both sides of the spectrum. It is a non-partisan source. And so where we can observe right here, you can see that the right causes more violence than the left. That's the reality, right? We could sit here and question the source all day long, but I've already vetted this source, confirming that it is not a biased source. We have to acknowledge the facts. The facts are that right wings, yes. Yeah, I vetted it. Yeah, I'm ensured that it's coming from a reputable source. Yes. I mean, if you think I didn't research what is the prosecution project, what do they do, who is it funded by? I did do that research.
Well, I guess my main issue is that then what am I seeing then? Why am I moving rightward when I notice a lot of people condoning violence on the left? Why do I notice that?
Yes, so it is propaganda that has been pushed by right wingers, specifically by people that control right wing media, such as Rupert Murdoch, that openly like to spread lies and false information because that helps their ratings. You don't have to watch Fox News. Fox News caters to all sorts of groups of people that end up showing up on YouTube with a great deal of popularity.
You know who I watch?
And so it is Fox News that allows that allows for that to propagate further. So you do not need to watch a single channel or a single show on Fox News. You're already indoctrinated with Fox News if you believe that the left causes more violence than the right. The facts do not show that.
You don't think I could say the same thing the other way around with MSNBC and CNN?
I'm pulling up relevant information, and I'm not pulling up MSNBC, right? This is literally The Economist. It's not a left-wing indoctrinated article. right? It's literally
Okay.
by The Economist. It's
Well,
bipartisan.
Let's use a topical. Let's use.
In
a
fact, if
topical
anything,
example.
it's slightly to the right because of the way that our
That's
modern
fine.
economics works.
I'll look at it, and then because like sometimes they'll count things as right wing that I'm like, that's not right wing, or they'll count things as left wing that'll say that's not left wing. But but like we'll take an example that's much more topical, because I'm not sure if you got a chance to talk about this yet, but the response to the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk has been abysmal from the left wing.
No, from the right wing. From the right wing, totally abysmal. Before we even knew anything about the shooter, they were sitting there saying that the shooter was trans. They were sitting there saying that it was a woke lefty extreme. The entirety of all news broadcasts, from Donald Trump to the Trump administration to Fox News to literally a freaking morning show that says that we.
I don't care about
but you're saying that that's coming from the left. The left is sitting there saying, yeah, we condemn violence. I'm on the left. I condemn violence. I condemn the violence.
What about the
dude, I have no control over individuals that they themselves decide to go on social media and be happy that Charlie Kirk died. I don't agree. I don't agree with those people, right? And neither do left-wing broadcasts. Do they ever argue that Charlie Kirk deserved to die? No, he didn't. Nobody believes that he deserved to die.
Bullshit. So many people say that. There's so many people who say that.
All right. Well,
so
I'm telling you, I don't believe that. And I've never seen a single left-wing broadcasting institution arguing that it is good that Charlie Kirk died.
I'm talking about the people who make up the party.
Right. But what I am aware of, right, is that the right were very quick to point the finger at the left, when at the end of the day, the person that shot them was literally just a Zoomer nihilist that was just tired of all the bullshit and then decided to shoot him. Right. That's the reality. Yeah. But the first thing that wanted to be propagated before we even knew anything about the shooter was that they were trans. They were a left-wing extremist. They're obviously inciting flame towards left-wingers. Right. And meanwhile, here I am condemning the killing of Charlie Kirk. And I'm not even a large YouTuber. And even then, across left-wing institutions you could look at, for example, David Pakman. He condemned it openly. The View condemned it openly. That's like a super freaking left-wing show. Condemned it openly. MSNBC condemned it openly. CNN condemned it openly. Literally every single left-wing institution condemned it. But meanwhile, we have the right that says it is the left that is responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk before they even knew who the fucking shooter was.
I don't support that. I don't support what Fox News or what the right is doing there. But
yeah,
I'm looking at
maybe tone down the rhetoric. Like maybe.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
But when people on the left call everybody a fascist Nazi, it's like, okay, maybe you should fucking look in the mirror then.
Oh,
it's
painting
like,
the well,
like
hold on. So when I hear Nazi, right? When I say
the same views as my mom.
When I hear
and when people when people are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk,
your mom your mom wants to get rid of the
okay
Civil Rights Act?
No, Charlie Kirk doesn't. He said, like, this is misquoting. This is misquoting Charlie Kirk.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not. I looked at the context. And also, just FYI, right? You're basically whitewashing Charlie Kirk's statements on what he said. He has openly argued white supremacist idealism. He has been largely a white nationalist. Yeah, he argues white supremacy. He does. He does. It's not a boogeyman word. It's literally what he argued. That's literally what he argued. It's not a boogeyman if it's true.
What do you mean it's true?
It's true. What I said, where he argues white supremacist talking points, right?
What
He
is
believed
white
in
supremacist
things
talking
like the Great
about? What does
Replacement
that mean?
theory. He thinks MLK was a terrible person. He thinks that
What if
the
MLK
Civil Rights
was
Act
a terrible
should have been
person
ended
in
because
his
it's too
personal
much
life, but he had good
DEI,
ideals?
right? He believes
What if
that
DEI is fucking stupid? What if DEI is hurtful?
what?
What if DEI is a
Dude, the
dumb
Civil
idea?
Rights Act is not hurtful. Do you believe that the Civil Rights
DEI
Act, let me
hurtful?
ask you, no. Do you believe that the Civil Rights Act was hurtful?
No.
Okay, so why is he
Okay, but are you
arguing
allowed
to
to
want to get rid of
disagree with some of
the
the things
Civil
about
Rights
the
Act?
Civil Rights
Would
Act?
you want to get rid of
Are
the
you
Civil
allowed
Rights
to-
Act?
No. Are you
Okay, so
allowed
why
to
would you-
agree
so-
with,
so-
are you allowed to disagree? Listen to me. Are you allowed to disagree with some parts of how the Civil Rights Act was implemented and how
Yes.
it is currently being employed?
Well, I
without
believe
being accused of
that it makes
racism?
you a terrible person, but yeah, you have a right
Why
to
would it
say
make
whatever
you a terrible
horrible
person? Disagree with
nightmare
some of it.
nonsense.
Why would it make you a bad
Because
person
it
to disagree
fundamentally,
with some of it?
what it causes is the subjugation of a minority group who has
Okay,
been
what if you say,
subjugated
"Hey, I like
historically
the
for a
part-"
very long
What if
time.
you say,
That's
what
why.
if you say, hey, I like the part of the Civil Rights Act that does the good things, but I disagree with the parts of the Civil Rights Act that I view as
What
the
are the
bad
parts
things?
that do the
What if
bad
you said that-
things?
Do what?
What are the bad things of the Civil Rights Act? I would love to hear that. Give
Listen,
me an example.
Title IX.
Okay, let's take a
So,
look.
like, I don't know. I don't even know because I'm a support. I'm saying, hey, someone should be allowed to do that. I don't.
All right.
I didn't research the Civil Rights Act. I don't.
All right, so it says here, right? So you disagree with Title IX, is that correct?
No, I don't even know.
You have a problem
Listen,
with Title IX.
You're asking me to say, hey, do you know this legislation? I'm saying no.
Well, you're
but
saying
you
that there's
should be
something
allowed
in
to
the
say,
Civil
I
Rights
disagree
Act
with
that you
this part of it.
disagree with. You're saying there's something in the
I
Civil
don't
Rights Act that
disagree
you
with it.
disagree with. So I want to see what are the parts of the Civil Rights Act that you disagree with. So you brought up an example, Title IX. Let's go over Title IX and what you disagree with. Okay? You just stop me. You just interrupt me as soon as you hear something that you disagree with. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, so
I'm not going to say I disagree with Title IX, though. You're saying.
Well,
you're
no,
saying,
you could just disagree with a specific portion in Title IX. I mean, I'll just say it,
don't-
and
I
you tell
don't
me
know
what
if
you
I
think.
disagree with anything
So
in Title
no
IX, is what I'm
person
saying.
in the United States shall, on the basis of Wait, hold on. If you don't believe that, then why did you say Title IX?
Because I was giving an example of what someone can. So when they say the Civil
Okay.
Rights Act, Title IX was built on
So
top
then
of
we're going to
using
go
the
back.
Civil Rights
We're
Act.
going to go back. What
No,
part
I
of
want
the
to- just
Civil
listen,
Rights
can I
Act
finish
do
the
you
sentence without
disagree with?
interrupting me so I can actually get the idea out?
Dude, I
So
swear
the
to God,
idea
I have
is-
to mute. Okay, you're doing the meta thing. Every time right wingers, they do this meta thing, right? Where they're like, if you just let me speak, blah, 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 instead of actually answering these questions. Now, the question's very simple. Okay. And I asked you very early in, and you brought up Title IX, but you don't actually disagree with Title IX. So fair enough. So what I'm going to ask very simply, is there any part of the Civil Rights Act that you disagree with? Go.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's my answer. Is I don't know.
So how about this, right?
So can I?
Are you a right? Are you a right
Do
winger?
I get to ask? I wouldn't call myself that.
Okay. Well, so let me ask you this: do you believe in the fundamental rights of life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness?
Yes.
Okay. So the argument that I present to people regarding the Civil Rights Act is there are, for example, businesses that may discriminate on the basis of race, sex, gender orientation, correct? Provided there were no protections.
We've moved far away from my point that I was trying to make.
I just want to make this clear, right? Where I'm at with it. Okay. So if there are businesses that would deny people business based off of characteristics that they cannot control, is it fair to say that their life, liberty, property, or pursuit of happiness is degraded in any way?
Oh, no, what was that? If someone was discriminated against based on those things,
Yes.
that if they're
Could
if
their
they're
life, liberty,
or
property,
yeah,
pursuit of happiness be degraded in any way?
I would say yes.
Okay. So if we care about life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, we ought to have laws to ensure that those things can be pursued. And considering people like to discriminate on the basis of inherent characteristics they cannot control, we have rules that say you cannot do that.
I understand that.
So you agree
I'm
with
not
that?
against that. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So we don't disagree with the Civil Rights Act, and fighting against the Civil Rights Act is fundamentally taking away liberties from individuals who didn't do anything to deserve it.
Can I have a follow-up question to that?
Sure.
Are you allowed to disagree with are you allowed to hold that principle, but be allowed to disagree with how certain parts of the Civil Rights Act was implemented?
You can hold whatever belief you have. I think you're a bad person for arguing against the Civil Rights Act. Well, because because what it does is that it subjugates a minority group of people, causing the invariable suffering, all on the basis of white supremacy. That's why.
Well, if you say, hey, I agree with the principle that you just said. The underlying principle is the type of act we want to create. We're going to call it the Civil Rights Act. It does this, this, and this. As time moves on, people start abusing cracks in the law that you wrote. Like, hey, maybe we want to modify this act a little bit to shore up the cracks, but we want to make sure that we stay true to the Civil Rights Act.
But we're not even aware of any cracks or problems. You're a bad person
if you say that.
We're not even aware of any cracks. Right? I asked you, what is there? And you said, I don't know. So you would not know if there is any, if at all. I mean, I'm open to the idea. Maybe there could be. Please. I'm open to the idea that maybe there could be, in which case, make a case for it, right? Don't just say, I don't know. But honestly, like, we can observe what are the results of the Civil Rights Act. It has benefited the minority group of people. And the end result is that you can't discriminate against somebody.
You're saying to even have the conversation is racist. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's fucking racist. Yeah, it's racist as shit. It's racist.
If I said, hey, there might be some cracks in this thing, and you say you're a fucking racist for that.
Yeah,
okay, that's bullshit.
Listen, hold on. If I sit there and I say, well, I don't think white people should have as much rights as everybody else. Is that racist?
Do what? If white what?
I don't believe that white people should have the same rights as everybody else. Is that racist?
Yeah, that's racist.
Fuck yeah, that's racist. What do you think dismantling the Civil Rights Act is?
No one.
Do you think that you're not taking away the rights that are just assumed by white people? Yeah, it's racist. It's racist. That's the end result.
No,
the implication is that it's racist.
You're saying that to even have the conversation about a reform of the Civil Rights Act to make it better is racist.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That is what you're saying.
I even said to you directly that I could imagine maybe it is possible to make changes to the Civil Rights Act that lead to better outcomes. I'm not against that.
Okay.
Right? That doesn't mean I'm revoking the Civil Rights Act. Revoking the Civil Rights Act does the racist thing. Right, that's the thing.
I don't think the Civil Rights Act should be revoked.
I'm still listening.
But if someone made the argument, if someone was talking and made the argument that, hey, this should be modified because X, Y, Z, I could be like, oh, that's not racist. That's a good point. You could very easily imagine that being the case.
So, okay, yeah. Sorry, just give me a sec. I'm grabbing something to drink.
Yeah, that's fine. But so if you're saying, okay, well, I want to have a conversation about this, but you're like, well, if you have a conversation about this, we're going to demonize you and potentially assassinate you. I'm not going to support that.
I don't argue the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I just don't.
I'm not saying.
I don't believe anybody who has a gross opinion that they should get be killed for it. Right? But the problem that I'm having is that he did argue white supremacist talking points. He did argue for things like great replacement theory.
Let's say I grant
And
you
I'll
that.
just be honest, man. I'm going to call a duck a duck. You know, if it swims like a duck, quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, I'm going to call it a duck. Regarding Charlie Kirk, he was fundamentally a white supremacist. He upheld his white supremacist worldview. If you were not a cis white heterosexual Christian male, you were up for grabs in his derision, right? He had pushed his hate speech his entire life.
He would push a genocide? You think Charlie Kirk would push genocide?
I think that he would argue for an ethnic cleansing. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know about a genocide. Genocide, no, but an ethnic cleansing at minimum.
Charlie
Yeah.
Kirk would argue for an
Yeah, I
ethnic
think he would
cleansing.
physically move
That is
brown people
all right,
out of
so
the United
you
States if he had power. Yeah. I believe that.
I don't think
Because
he's
he
Richard
argued
Spencer.
that.
I
He
don't
literally
think Charlie
argued
Kirk
that
is
through his
Richard Spencer.
great replacement theory. Yeah, he argued exactly that.
No.
Yes, he did.
The great replacement listen, I don't subscribe to the great replacement theory, but the replacement theory, as I understand it, is that people are being replaced, not that people want to replace them. It's people are being replaced on purpose from a higher.
Yes, and that's a racist idea.
Why?
Super racist. Yeah, because you're
Why?
like you're basically sowing seeds of doubt into a bunch of white people into thinking, oh, if there's a bunch of brown people around me, then I don't want to be the minority. I better get rid of the brown people from my society.
Why do you boil it down to skin color instead of ideology or thoughts of
because
morality?
that's how you determine somebody to be from a different country.
No.
Am I from the U.S.?
Disagree with that completely.
Am I from the U.S.?
I have no idea.
How what? You can't tell?
I don't know if you're from the. No.
Why not?
I don't know if you're from the. You sound like you are.
Really? So if I sounded different,
You
then
have
I
an
would
accent.
likely not be from the country.
Right. You could be from Italy. You could be from France. You could be from Russia. You could
Do you
be
see
from
the problem?
China.
Do
Anyway,
you see
I
how
don't
it's
know.
like racist?
No, that's
No,
not
okay.
racist.
All right.
To
Well,
be born
I guess we
somewhere
have to
else.
agree to disagree.
Being born somewhere else is not racist.
No, it's
it-
discriminating against somebody on the basis of where they're born. That's racist as
If
fuck.
you have a negative stereotype about that person, if you don't have a negative stereotype, they're just.
But you
they're
want to
someone from a different
but
country.
Charlie Kirk was arguing forcefully moving people out of the country to go live in their home country, as if that even makes any cogent sense.
If they weren't born here.
Do you see the?
Is it
But
racist
this is
for
what I'm saying.
Japan
Like,
to wanna
dude, my
keep Japanese
parents
people in the country?
parents aren't born here. So what? You push my parents out? Fuck you, racist
No
piece
one's
of
saying
garbage.
that. Who the
This
fuck
is
is
what I'm
saying that?
saying. No, I'm saying that is what Charlie Kirk argued, right?
No.
He looks at people like, and
disagree with
honestly,
that.
the only reason why my parents don't get harassed,
I think you're very good at
the only
strawmanning Charlie Kirk.
reason why my parents don't get harassed is the fact that they don't look it. They don't look brown, but they definitely came from Chile. Both my parents, and my mom,
who's
even herself,
harassing people
she's
for
sitting there
being
saying
brown?
that she's worried about all the harassment that's going around regarding the Hispanic community, because she could see it herself. She's Spanish, but she's like, I'm so glad that I look white, because nobody
Yeah,
bats
that's a
an
dumb
eye
idea.
at my
What a stupid
existence.
thing to
It's
say.
true.
It's not race. It's not race that people care about. People don't care about race.
But it's correct, because honestly, if you do a 23andMe, right, the reality is like the race in and of itself is socially
People care
constructed.
about what's in your brain.
And if you
People
look
don't
at like
care about what
allele
your skin
frequency,
color is.
what? They do. They
care about
literally
what's in
do.
your
That's
brain.
how people determine that you're not from this country. That's how they do it.
No.
Yes.
What people don't
They
like
do that all the
is when you have a
time.
different morality than the people around them, and they end up committing crimes.
What,
or
do you think
don't fit in
Mexicans have a
society.
different morality from you?
No.
Okay, so then why are we kicking out Mexicans again?
We're kicking out people who are in the country illegally.
Yeah? Why not just like
Yeah.
have like a valid pathway to citizenship so it's easy?
Because it might not be in the best interest of the United States.
Why is that not in the best interest of the United States? That actually
I
benefits
don't
us
know.
economically.
I don't know if it
Oh
is
yeah,
or not.
it's the
I'm not
racism.
saying that,
That's
but I'm saying
literally what it is.
If you,
It's racism.
now we're talking about illegal immigration.
Yeah, I'm
which is
pointing
fine.
out the
I don't
reality
mind.
of the situation. I'm pointing out the reality. It's racist. It's a
I'm-
racist
well,
policy.
You think I'm not pointing out the reality of the situation that hey, if someone's in the country
Well,
illegally,
you
maybe
just
they should be
you
scared.
you don't like the idea of calling the very clear racist policy racist.
No.
Yeah,
What's a
that's correct. You
racist
don't like doing
policy is if you enter the country illegally,
Yeah, I
that's
think
bad?
like you should have a valid. No, I think that if you create laws that make it super convoluted to enter into the country, you're going to have more illegal immigration as a result. And so if you
Sure.
make a valid and solid pathway to citizenship that individuals can understand quite easily, you would have
Yeah.
less illegal immigration. But we don't want to do that because they are brown.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
it's
that's
racist.
not. You think it's because they're brown?
Yes.
That's your analysis.
100%. Yes. Yes.
That is the most
We look at them as
retarded
others
analysis I've ever heard.
as opposed to white people. Like they look at it as like, oh, they're taking our jobs. They're bringing
No,
crime. They're
you
bringing
say
drugs. They're
brown-
bringing
you
rape.
think- you
All
think
sorts
it's
of nonsense.
Brown people. You are.
Yes.
You think you're the one who's being racist.
No,
dude.
no. I'm pointing out
peop-
what the racist thing that Republicans like to do.
Okay, yeah. If someone said it's because they're brown, then yeah, that's racist. And
Yeah,
I
but do
don't
you
agree with
understand that it's like, hey, we should go to these impoverished communities and try to tone down the crime, like that in
Where's
and of
the most
itself.
crime taking place?
That in and of
Where's the
itself, that in and of itself is
Where's the
not.
most- where
is
are the
not,
most
could you
murders happening?
please, dude? That in and of itself, on its own, is not racist. But the problem is that it has racist implications, right? It results in a racist outcome. That's the problem.
Okay. So
So if I just like hide the fact that it's racist, it's perfectly okay,
No.
even though it leads to a racist
hold
outcome.
on, hold on. So if you say, hey, there's more violent crimes happening in this neighborhood, we should police this neighborhood more, and then you're like, well, you arrest.
Well, I would
more
ask
brown
myself,
people that
why
way.
is the crime happening in those societies? I would not like curtail it as like, well, these people are just inherently violent. I would
Yeah,
probably
okay.
look at
All right.
whether or not
the
that the
meantime, people are
socioeconomic
dying when
outcomes
you're not
result
policing
into
it.
that. That's what I would say.
While you're fiddling with the long-term solutions, short-term solutions are needed, and people are dying in the meantime.
No, the
More brown people
short-term
are dying
solution
under
is
your
to
policies
improve
than people
socioeconomic
just doing
conditions.
regular policing.
Like, here's what's wild, right? What's wild is that a lot of, for example, European countries have already figured this out, and what they do is that they allow for there to be social safety nets for people who need it, which improves socioeconomic conditions to the point that it lowers crime. We already know that this works, but in the United States, we don't have that kind of mentality, even though we know that it works. For example, I mean, I think the GDP per capita in, say, the Netherlands is about 66,000, whereas in the United States, it's 88,000. So I ask, why can't we do it? Like, why is it not possible for us to?
Why can't we create a safety net?
Well, take for example, the educational system in the United States. The educational system is funded largely by property tax. Property tax is being extracted on the basis of the value of the appraised value of the house at the time that the appraised happened last. And so it turns out that locations that have bigger houses and better houses, they actually collect more in property tax that then goes to the local school. Because the local school gets more money, you get better educational outcomes. Whereas in poorer areas or poorer districts,
people move.
but they can't, right? They're poor. They can't move. Right. So they'll be in like a poor, like, did you know that the number, did you know that the, stop. Did you know that the number one determinant of your success in life is literally your zip code? Do you find that concerning? Is that concerning to you?
No.
That's not concerning at all? Maybe, perhaps, could we divest some of that money to go to poor areas or places that need it more? In fact, we have a competition-based system, at least in the state of Florida. Please. We have a competition-based system.
For like 5 minutes. We
have a competition-based system in the state of Florida where if you are doing poorly in test scores, they don't give you more funding. They take funding away. Do you see the problem with
Okay.
that? Do you see how that might lead to worse outcomes?
I don't think throwing money at it's going to fix it.
Well, taking money away doesn't help.
I'm not saying that either. And I'm not here to argue
Okay.
specific policy.
If you have
I'm not
less
trying to
money,
argue.
right? You have worse teachers. You have worse administration. You have less books. You have less
I don't know
things
about that
available.
either.
Yeah, we know that to be the case. We can even
No,
observe educational outcomes
private
across
schools-
the different countries. The countries
Why
that
do private
spend more
Catholic schools
in
pay their
education do
teachers
better.
the least amount, you'd have the highest outcomes.
They don't have the highest outcomes. Where did you get that?
What are you talking about? People who go to private schools.
Yeah, well, if you go to
People
a
who-
nice, rich private school that's well funded, then yeah. But you
Yeah,
have
but
to
they don't
understand
pay
that
the teachers.
the Republicans have
The
been
teachers at the private
Oh my
schools
God!
make less
Oh my
money
God!
than the
Oh my
public school
God!
teachers.
Republicans have been defunding the Department of Education for years now, and it has been largely ineffectual as a result. Right? It got defunded under Reagan.
What if their
It got
argument was
defunded under Bush. It got defunded under George W. Bush. And
Okay.
then they even did the teaching by the test thing, and they did the what was it? The No Child Left Behind Act, one of the dumbest ideas ever. And then they and then I think under the Donald Trump administration, they also defunded it. So I guess my concern that I'm having is, and then what happens is that we look at like the worse and worse test scores and the worse and worse educational outcomes. And then they say, well, why do we have this Department of Education anyway? I'm like, hey, how about you fund the fucking Department of Education so we can actually fix this stuff? It's stupid.
Hey, so should we also fund ICE?
What?
Are you going to?
No, I don't like the United States version of a Gestapo. How about no?
Okay, so the argument is, hey, the Department of Education seems to have some problems. Maybe we should reform it. And you're like, no, that's bad.
No, I'm saying that the Department of Education has problems because it's underfunded.
Immigration. What?
The Department of Education has problems because it has been underfunded for years because of flip-flopping Republicans and Democrats. That's why.
I'm not even going to defend or not defend the department. I don't even give a fuck about the Department of Education. That's not what I'm arguing about.
Are you aware that the Republicans are looking to get rid of the Department of Education in an era where educational outcomes are worse now than they ever have been? Is that concerning to you?
I don't know. Here, let me ask this because you're demanding me an answer on this. I don't know if the Department of Education is a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
It could be a good thing. If that's the case, if the Department of Education is a good thing, then I'd be like, yeah, I don't think we should get rid of funding for it. If it's a bad thing and it's demonstratively harming students or getting in the way or creating bureaucracy or doing things that are just harming.
Just so you're aware, right? There's like a minimum standard of education that's supposed to be upheld. But what they want to do is basically put it back to the states to allow effectively for more religious indoctrination, allow states more control. Hell, in Florida, they just approved PragerU as legitimate course material for kids from K through 12. Isn't that wild? Don't you find that insane?
I don't care.
PragerU?
I don't give a shit.
You don't care about that?
No. Well, I didn't like. I couldn't.
And you're worried about propaganda?
I have no idea. No, I'm not worried about that. What I'm saying is, I noticed people on the left being more violent than the right wing. That was the whole reason
that's also not true. I showed statistics that shows that that's not the case.
People around me. It's what I see on the.
Yeah. I know that's what you see, but the data doesn't show that. Data doesn't show that information.
I don't give a shit.
So you don't care. You're not interested. The data is not wrong. This is not wrong data.
Yeah.
In fact, there were independent FBI statistics that was able to find that the majority of violent protests were on the right. It was deleted by the Trump administration just recently. Recently, there was information on that. Yeah.
All right, substantiate that. What name?
I already did. It was on the screen. You can see it for yourself.
Name the riots that were more damaging than the Black Lives Matter riots. Name them.
Proud Boys
were more damaging. They cost the United States
Yeah, they
more
cost
money
millions of
and
dollars
more
in
lives.
damage. Yes. And also, just
No,
FYI,
Black
I'm not
Lives Matter
against,
cost
like
over
I believe
billions.
out of
They
the
were in the
entirety
billions
of
of
the
dollars
Black
damage.
Lives Matter protests, over 90% of them were not violent. But I'll grant you that there was 10 that was.
Caused more damage than any other riot in the United States.
I don't like that either. I don't like the violence, but this idea that it's like it's the left causing the violence, it's nonsense. That is not the reality.
They just assassinated Charlie Kirk and cheered about it.
Again,
that's the whole,
a leftist or was it a nihilist accelerationist?
No, the nihilistic accelerationists caused the assassination. The leftists and progressives cheered it. That's the problem.
Do you hear me cheering it?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about...
and I'm also not aware of any authoritative left-wing source. Give me a single... Stop. Give me a single... Give me a single... Give me a single left-wing source that legitimately wants... that is happy about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I want to hear it. Because I've not heard it. I have not found it. I think it's a fucking make-believe myth. I think you're looking at leprechauns.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker? That's your fucking left-wing... Yep. Hassan Piker is insane.
Yes, he's a fucking problem on the left.
Like, Hassan Piker is a fucking Twitch streamer. I'm asking for, like, an actual authoritative source.
Then why do they interview him in the New York Times, bro? Why?
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I think this Hassan Piker. You will find I'm in perfect agreement with you that I do not like Hassan Piker. Like I don't like Hassan Piker. I think he's too extreme. Yeah, I think he's too extreme. I agree.
Well, no, but this is the problem. All the people on the left.
But I am actually curious. What has Hassan Piker said about it? Let's see. I'm just gonna pull it up. Dude.
And then all the people.
Can I tell you, Amanda?
Here's my main issue. And
I know this.
all this other stuff with insular
is
politics.
Daniel Hugh here? Hold on a sec.
Sorry.
Daniel, what are you doing?
I was in the audience the whole time. But he's just lying right now. Your guest is just literally lying when he said that Hassan Piker celebrated. Because I literally saw it. It was a compilation of people reacting to the assassination.
All right.
And the guy was like if you have like a more opposite definition of celebration, that was his reaction. So this guy is just lying about it. I just wanted to make this very clear. He's just lying. So he's saying that Hassan Piker was celebrating.
All right. So I have here from multiple sources able to confirm this. So what happened? I will read what happened. Hassan Piker's actual response regarding the Charlie Kirk situation. So
I don't know if specifically Charlie Kirk, but
well, hold on. Regarding the Charlie Kirk situation, I'm telling you what Hassan Piker said. So just listen for a second, so we both know what he did. Okay.
Sure.
He was live streaming when the shooting happened, and at first he was uncertain and he didn't believe it, and then he saw the video confirming it, and he described it as devastating and expressed horror, trauma, and disbelief. Article from The Atlantic. Piker argued that the tragedy shows how dangerous lax gun laws are, and he said that the only serious gun control could help prevent incidents like this. This is from The Guardian. He had also criticized how the political right and some in power are framing the aftermath as an opportunity to persecute or prosecute political dissidents or use this as justification for suppressing free speech or dissent. This is from ABC. There was also concern about how Charlie Kirk was being eulogized or whitewashed. Hassan argued that some people in the media, and he meant people like the liberal media, people like Ezra Klein, are portraying Kirk as a debater or someone who was, quote, open to dialogue without sufficiently discussing or acknowledging his more controversial or dehumanizing rhetoric. He thinks this sort of honest assessment is missing. His personal safety and reaction to the response is because he was supposed to debate Kirk soon. Hassan said that the shooting made things feel very real and personal, and he said that he had had death threats escalate since the event. Nevertheless, he said policy of trying not to live in fear, though he will take extra precautions during the initial period. And so even while criticizing Kirk's rhetoric on how people are framing his legacy, Hassan has made clear that he opposes violence, and he has argued celebrating or normalizing political violence violence is dangerous. This is from an ABC article. So what you're saying is not correct.
About Charlie Kirk's assassination.
About Hassan Piker and what he said about Charlie Kirk. He did not argue.
Yeah.
He did not celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. That didn't happen. All right. Can you give me a single source? We're going to go back. Can you give me a single source where Charlie Kirk is being celebrated? The death of Charlie Kirk.
Any
from
source,
any left-wing
any
source. Yeah, I'd love it.
Any source. I don't think the mainstream people on the left are. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the people who are on the left are celebrating it.
I'm not celebrating it. I'm super lefty. I'm super freaking lefty. I'm about as lefty as...
Are you everybody on the left?
No, but I argue a lot of left-wing talking points.
Okay. When I look on people who I know, that I look on what they post, they say, "Oh, today was a good day. I wonder why." Rip, bozo. Like, okay, that's fucked up.
So
and
hold on.
When you look at that,
we're moving away from the left-wing source idea. You're now talking about individuals on TikTok or YouTube or whatever. No. You did say that the left was celebrating it, right? And I'm asking any authoritative source where the left celebrated it.
So when I say the left, does it have to be CNN, MSNBC, or?
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Yeah, that would be a good indicator. That would be a defeater of my argument.
When I say the voters and the people on not the mainstream, not the representatives of the left. I'm talking about who makes up the bulk of the voter base.
Okay.
Are more violent than the right. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. How did you react to Nancy Pelosi's home being attacked and her husband getting hammered in the head? How did you react to that? Just honestly.
I thought it was horrible.
Okay.
I thought it was bad.
There were a lot of people on the right that loved that attack.
Yeah, that's retarded.
In fact, Charlie
Kirk
Kirk himself said that that it was deserved.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, so I mean, I'm the problem that I'm having is that I'm not observing the left any authoritative source of the left
I would like you to
arguing for the
I don't believe that. I think that's a lie.
What's a lie?
That he said he deserved it.
All right, here we go.
I don't think he said that.
Hold on a sec. All right. So this is on Yahoo News. After the attack, Kirk called for someone that he described as a patriot to bail out the man who attacked Paul Pelosi.
Okay, does that mean he deserved it?
The insider in New Jersey saying he apparently treated the incident, at least in part, as something of political theater or used it in commentary in a provocative way.
Okay. So did Charlie Kirk say he deserved it?
Yeah, he's making very light. Okay, fair enough. I'll say that he did not say that he deserved it, but saying that Charlie Kirk bailed out.
You know why he said that?
Why?
Because it was a poke at California's lax crime laws.
Why would you sympathize? Why would you sympathize to the attacker of an innocent man?
Why is he sympathizing with him? He's saying
because he wanted to bail him out. He was calling on people to pay the amount to bail that person out.
The point that lax bail laws are stupid. That's what he's saying.
That's literally not what he said. That's not what he argued. He didn't argue that at all.
Whole point.
Where are you getting that?
I don't watch much Charlie Kirk, but I remember watching this clip, and that was the whole point of that episode.
Did not watch that because that's not what he was almost praising him as being. He called him a patriot for what he had done. He called him a patriot. Obviously, he
was saying-
liked what
No,
what
he said-
what
he
that
said
violent
some
attacker
patriots should
said,
bail him
right?
out.
And again,
He's
this is
saying
like
some
this is where
patriots
we
should
get
bail
into
him out.
this is where we get into like the apparent whitewashing of Charlie Kirk as if like he was this saint that just wanted to debate people, but in result, like he was arguing hate speech that would
I don't
further
agree.
that would
I'm not
further
even-
bring in
I'm not even
violence.
religious, so I don't agree on Charlie Kirk on most things.
Yeah.
But you're just straw manning him, and you can't give a
So-
good steel man argument.
So
just
you are
obfuscate. It's
so
fucking
you
annoying.
are almost we are almost an hour in. I normally like to keep things, but we got ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I went. This
so
was fun. I enjoyed it.
But it is a good talk. Are you subscribed?
I'm not.
Okay.
I didn't even hear about you till.
Well, I'm a
till you
really
popped up on
tiny
my-
YouTuber, so any amount of like a
Thank you,
subscriber,
Albert. I
that's
know, like-
huge. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna open up the.
I'd like to talk again
the
soon
chats. Yeah.
because I don't get to do this. But yeah.
Sounds good. All right.
All right. Bye.
Bye bye. All right. Charlie Kirk's death discussion. All right. Phones are open. 202-998-5218. Call in. We are taking calls. Got ahead of myself. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hello. What was your name?
How you doing? Dylan.
Dylan.
We talked a little bit before.
What do you want to talk about, Dylan?
Well, one, I just want to say that, like, I listened to the last conversation, and I was going to tell you the Civil Rights Act argument from the Charlie Kirk side, because I actually read a book by a guy about why the Civil Rights Act is an issue. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I just, in case you want to hear the take, it's basically that Civil Rights Act created like extra protected classes that gave certain classes of people constitutional rights beyond what the Constitution allows for. And the specific example, which is an actual debate because the Supreme Court has ruled on it, was college admissions. What do you call it? What's it called when the college admissions gives priority to certain races for like historical issues?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action, right? So affirmative action would be one of the issues that came out of the Civil Rights Act. That's one of the things that they argued against.
Okay. So here's the problem that I have with that argument is that what happens is that if you say, okay, well, we don't want any of that DEI stuff, well, then what that effectively means is that there's going to be the subjugation of that minority. Like, empirically, that's what's going to happen, right? Because what'll happen when you leave it up to the option of, for example, businesses or, you know, we could say homeowners associations, grocery stores, convenience stores, all it takes is really the opinion of one person to say, okay, you do not deserve the ability to exist, you know, in my store, right? Simply for the fact of being a specific race. And this was actually a huge problem all across the South where, you know, people, in fact, there was a vested interest to ensure to not cater to black people because white people just simply did not want to be associated with black people in the South. And so because over 80% of their customer base was white, it actually made market sense to discriminate against black people. And so the end result is that it just makes life worse for that group of people should you not have protected classes.
Right. So I agree with everything you said there. And I definitely agree that the Civil Rights Act does allow us to fix that issue. Right. And it did fix that issue.
Yeah.
But I guess my issue is that to say that being against something like affirmative action makes you racist is, I think, like where you start to lose me, because I agree with you on like so much. Like I listen to your streams, I'm subscribed. I agree with you on so much, but then when you say things like, "Oh, a Supreme Court decision," because you disagree with something that has been ruled at the Supreme Court, and by the way, that affirmative action ruling is going to end up having larger implications over DEI, and it was 6-3, so it was a very large majority ruling on that. That makes you racist. I just don't get there. You know what I mean? Because it was actually Asian students that brought it to the Supreme Court, right? It was a discrimination against Asians.
Yeah.
So who are a minority, right? So I mean, I would say that that's like anti-racist. No, do you disagree?
So I think that I mean, if you're talking about like affirmative action for black students, I get the argument regarding like, okay, Asians don't get a fair shake. But the whole reason why I believe that college even exists is because it is for job placement. And when it comes to like the outcomes of job placement, Asians don't actually have difficulty getting jobs, whereas that's not necessarily the case for minorities. And so it's really important to realize, hey, if you want to have a society where everybody can contribute, right, there needs to be opportunities available for those people that have been largely downtrodden in society because of systemic issues that have occurred in the past. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
You know, but to be fair, right, like already the Supreme Court has ruled on this, and my opinion doesn't really matter to them. They've already ruled effectively in your favor. I just think that it would lead to negative outcomes. It's going to make life worse for minorities in the future. It's just going to lead to the discrimination of them.
Well, I mean, so I guess my issue, I'm having with you isn't necessarily your perspective on it or even your argument against it, but just the fact that someone would be racist to argue against something that's extremely like a mainstream political belief to the point where the Supreme Court has ruled on it, right? Like, calling someone racist for having an issue with the Civil Rights Act that led to judges ruling for affirmative action, like, my issue is the rhetoric, right? My issue is the rhetoric you're using as far as calling people racist on that basis.
Well, I didn't say somebody was racist for being against affirmative action. I said someone was racist for being against the Civil Rights Act. That's a big difference, don't you think?
Well, it comes from the same, the Civil Rights Act is, that would be the argument I believe that Charlie Kirk had with the Civil Rights Act, would be that it led to affirmative action, just based off of, I read a book that he had read on it, which I think led to his belief on that. I may be completely wrong on that basis, but that was my take, of like that was the issue with the Civil Rights Act.
Okay, I don't know what to add to that. I guess I would argue with you that the affirmative action thing is a much harder pill to swallow. I mean, but for me, it makes perfect sense why you would have affirmative action regarding colleges. But I mean, I wasn't even necessarily talking about affirmative action or that it you know, the Civil Rights Act causes affirmative action. It's simply the fact of being against affirmative action, or I'm sorry, against the Civil Rights Act is my issue, right? Because it's like, it's just going to create the haves and have-nots. And I think it is racist to be against it. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think that's fine. I mean, I think that you can have issues with, for points of the Civil Rights Act, for example, what we talked about, but that's, I want to get into the actual topic I called you about. So I think we have talked before. I don't know if you remember our conversations, but we have
continue talking. I'm just grabbing a snack real quick. I can hear you though, so go ahead.
Okay. We have very similar perspectives on the state of our federal government and the state of economics within the United States. My main issue I'd like to challenge your worldview here is that you seem more than me to look towards the federal government to solve a lot of these issues. And I simply have a hard time getting there because of, I don't even think we disagree with the fact that we are slowly falling away from capitalists and going into an oligarchy. Our federal government is corrupt, that they are taking more and more money from people, that they are the cause of why a lot of people are in poverty, along with their basically this interaction between the federal government and this oligarchy managerial class in the United States. And I have, and if you, I'm just going to lay out all this right now, and you can challenge any of this. I don't want to like do a whole like blah blah blah, but I just want to get out my perspective. But like, for example, social welfare accounts for 70% of our, or 60 to 70% of our spending, right? And it spends like $2 trillion, like $1.5 trillion or whatever. Yet, you know, our poor people are still extremely poor in the United States. We are the wealthiest country in the world. Blah blah blah. You know all this. But why do you think that increasing taxes, right, on the wealthy, which I don't disagree with, right? But I disagree with the fact that like, what the problem is the government, the system, the fact that we are spending all this money. The last thing we need to do is give them more money. It's like going to a bank and asking for a loan, right? Like, yeah, it just get me there. Convince me why it is that the federal government is the solution when I feel like the federal government is the problem.
Yeah. Well, if you look at most European countries, they have some pretty robust social safety net programs, which overall reduces homelessness. I don't think that there is a single country that can get rid of homelessness entirely, but the option is effectively always there for someone to pull themselves up. And we can see that they are very effective across many different European countries. And they have effectively figured out how to solve homelessness effectively. But with the United States, you are correct in saying that, hey, we have the money, but for whatever reason, the policies that we put in don't seem to work. And I think personally, the reason why is because we have more money in politics than these European countries, who ultimately the government is just there to try to try to make lives better, right? That's what government is there for. And here in the U.S., we have government that curtails to large corporations instead, not necessarily to the betterment of people.
Right. I agree with you. So my issue would be, how would increasing taxes solve that problem, right? It's going to end up giving.
No, you got to pull the money out of the politics.
So what's your solution to that, I guess? Do you have a solution for how you do that?
The only way it happens is a vote.
What you're saying. Is what?
The only way it happens is a vote.
A vote?
And mind you, right, there was, for example, it's more popular than you think, even among politicians. I believe that there was a vote that was going to be placed regarding insider trading in Congress. I actually can't believe it's legal to do insider trading as a member of Congress, but
right.
That bill to ban insider trading in Congress, going to Congress, lost by 3 votes. So like a lot of people did believe in it, right? The politicians that actually benefited from it almost did vote against their own self-interest. I do believe that, hopefully after we get done with this, Trump administration, that we see a more progressive administration, and we start dismantling these, PACs and super PACs and the way that we have campaign finances. I think we need to do that. Yeah.
So then if I can follow up here, I feel like smaller government is the way to solve these issues, right? Like if we took social welfare out of the federal government and put it in state governments, and I kind of started thinking about this because you were talking about, I listened to your thing yesterday. You were arguing with someone about education, federal education stuff. And I agree with you on the issues of it, but when I look at our federal government, that is so dysfunctional, that is corrupt, spending money badly. I don't see how education at a federal level does it. Just looks like, to me, it looks like more corruption, right? Like we have some state governments that are effective, that run really well. I'm in the state of Georgia. I feel like our state government is fairly well run. at local level, the individual just has way more power. Their vote goes way farther. What do you think of that kind of stuff? I know you disagree.
Well, again, I mean, I just like you would assume that maybe smaller government would be the case, but in areas where there's very small to no government, that the livelihood is not very good. In fact, it often leads to societies similar to that of Mad Max, whereas, you know, societies that have robust social safety nets, such as most European countries, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, you know, they live very high quality of living standards.
Right, but I would say that the reason these European countries do so well is because they have a significantly smaller population. They have way lower GDP. They have way less corporate power, right? Because they just don't have as global companies there, right?
So
like
they have
global power.
Just so you're aware, they have less money per person, right? For example, the Netherlands, it's 66. They make it's 66,000 is the GDP per capita, whereas in the United States it's 88,000. Now the Netherlands also has mostly free college, and they have they look at housing as effectively a human right. They have public transport out the wazoo. In fact, most people ride around on bikes because the bike trails are just so abundant. And it's like, and the excuse that I get is like, well, the population is smaller. I said, well, but that's kind of the problem though, is that the GDP per capita in the United States is a lot higher than in the Netherlands. But in the Netherlands, they have things like free healthcare and free college. And by the way, I mean, I could give you, I already know the policy to get us free college in the United States, and it won't cost us a dime. For every dollar that's put into the Pell Grant, it actually makes $5 back over the lifetime of the person. And the reason why is because when you have a college educated person, they end up getting a better paying job. Because they have a better paying job, they pay more in taxes. And we could actually confirm that the Pell Grant makes us money. Why are we not expanding that indefinitely? It doesn't make any sense. I have never heard of a single society where a more educated population leads to worse outcomes.
Free, like when you come to things like free college education, and why I think it's so challenging in the U.S. and why it only would lead to something really, really bad is because they will never non-privatize college education, right? And I think that's the same issue with
hold on. You can keep it private.
Yeah.
Did you hear my solution? It was just expand the Pell Grant. It's that simple. It pays for itself.
Right, but then, well, so my argument against that would be that when you have a coalition, a private company getting money from the federal government, things bloat, right? And that's kind of the problem with our current.
I agree with you. That's why you instill price controls and negotiation.
I see, and
the government, just so you're aware, is a business. The government,
right?
If they're doing business with something that it wants, and then they just arbitrarily increase the price, they could say no deal. Right? You can't just take advantage of the customer just because they're buying your product. That's not how it works. Right? They could be like, I'm not going to pay for this if you're just going to increase it. So you have stipulations that say, hey, you can't increase your prices past a standard level of inflation. Right? You don't have to. We don't have to have this. It's very easy. Like, we can do all of this. And again, you have the Pell Grant. You have more educated people. More people can go to school. More doctors. More intelligent people. Like, are you worried about how stupid people are lately? Is it concerning at all to you? It's concerning to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always concerned at how dumb people are. But I feel like that's just part of the world we live in. But my problem with what you're saying is that I don't see what you're talking about with controlling the price through the government on these private organizations. I just don't see that in practice. And I can give a couple examples of that. Is that because what ends up happening is we end up getting corrupt because the lobbyists end up.
Well, I mean, again, we just pull money out of politics. I agree with you. Money in politics is terrible. It results in the corruption that you're referring to. By removing that, that is no longer a factor.
Yeah, I mean, I again, this is just always where we end up. Is I just don't know if we're able to pull money out of politics. Yes, I would be glad to. I'm not sure if that would stop the corruption. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of where I always end up with this kind of stuff. Is you always have a much more like what's it called? Like a beautiful, optimistic outlook on what change could happen, right? And like, for example, I mean, you talk about the insider trading in Congress. Like, how is that even legal, right? Well, how it's legal is that they're going to allow it. And I guess I'm much more cynical. Like, I don't see that kind of change ever happening. You know, like for example,
listen. If they were able to pass the Affordable Care Act and they were able to pass Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, big moves can happen, and they do happen. Right? It just is a matter of like true, right? Voting in politicians that actually argue for your own interest.
Right, but here's where I'm cynical, right? You mentioned the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act is part of the problem, right? The Affordable Care Act is objectively exactly what we're talking about, right? Where we're talking about corruption.
Well, you should look at the results of the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act was intended to really screw up the insurance companies, but there were tons of insurance companies that were pouring money into Republicans wanting to stop the Affordable Care Act. And the only way that the Affordable Care Act was going to get passed was to curtail in favor of the insurance companies that would then be approved bipartisanly. That was the only way that it was going to get passed. But that's not actually necessarily bad legislation, because what happens is that when you get a large piece of legislation like that passed, you can actually seek amendments for it in the future. And then effectively get exactly what you were looking for to begin with. There are instances where that does in fact happen, albeit in the negative direction, where there was, I think it was under Ron DeSantis, where he wanted to ban LGBT stuff for like third grade and under. And, and then people said, why are you trying to do this? And he says, okay, why do you need to teach people third grade and under this LGBT stuff? Like, why do we need to do that? And, he has a good point. It's like, why? Why do you need to do that? But then as soon as he passed the bill, within a couple of weeks, he went to the Supreme Court and changed that 3 to a 12. Completely uncontested. Nobody could stop him. The Supreme Court just put that in, and then that was the end of that, right? So this is what I'm saying is like, that's a terrible instance where that kind of legislation is done, but that legislation can be done with the Affordable Care Act. It's just we have to pull money out of politics. There's so many insurance companies throwing money both at Democrats and Republicans. It's awful. And it's not for the benefit of people. It's for the benefit of the shareholders of those insurance companies. That's the reality.
Yeah, I agree. The last topic I want to talk to you about before I let you go is I also heard you talking about the immigration with the kind of wacky guy last night. Was it last night or like 2 nights ago or something like that? That was the only thing I listened to like fully. Was he was talking about European immigration? He was like Swedish or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and, the racist. He was fun.
Yeah. Okay. So that's that. Again, back to the racist stuff. Is that I'm curious. Do you see things ever cultural? Do you have any belief in cultural, moral, like one culture can be morally better than another culture? And do you think culture is ever imported or exported? And what's your view on that type of stuff as far as like, because people will say culture and then you say, well, that's racist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't think like a particular culture. If you're saying specifically culture, it doesn't in and of itself make it racist. but it could easily go into that
Right.
direction. I think that there's like
Right.
a minimum standard of effectively a social contract that one must follow regardless of what your culture says, right? For example, you could have a culture that's perfectly okay with sacrificing virgins to your god Huitzilopochtli, right? That is not acceptable under a social under the social contract of living in our society, right? It's completely untenable. You are not allowed to do that. Period. Why? Because you're harming people to do it, right? And this is would be the same with any culture, right? If the culture is like, hey, we should within the culture, it's like, hey, we should subjugate this X group of people because XYZ, God said so, whatever. Then yeah, we should stop that because it goes against the basic social order.
Right.
Right. That's
Okay,
not to
so
say
then
that culture is banned, right? It's more like you can't do these specific parts.
Right. So, I mean, the thing about culture, though, is it's not really something that you can legislate, right? Like, so you import a people, they have a certain culture, and then that culture starts, like,
Wait, what do you mean? We do that all the time.
Well, the United States does, and the United States is extremely successful at it. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's, like...
Well, I mean,
man, that's tough.
listen, like, let me give you an
go ahead.
example. Okay. In the Netherlands, I keep bringing up the Netherlands because I visited there recently. It's wonderful. Great place. Go there if you want to see a nicer country than the U.S. In the Netherlands, they have, for example, a regulation against wearing a burqa in government buildings as well as banks. But it's actually not the racist reason that you're thinking. It actually has everything to do with the fact that you are covering your face. They need to identify you. And it's very easy for someone to say rob a bank with the face covered. And it really had more to do with like the fact that, well, you could be wearing a balaclava, which is that one snow mask that you wear that only shows the eyes and the mouth and covers the nose. That's a balaclava. You're not allowed to wear that. And you're not allowed to wear a burqa because it's covering your face. It has everything to do with the act of covering the face. This is like an example of like, yeah, your culture is being curtailed in this instance, but it is a reasonable one in order to, ensure like the social order is maintained.
Right. Well, it's interesting you bring the Netherlands because I actually studied immigration in the Netherlands, and I worked with some of the nonprofit organizations trying to basically help the Muslims within the Netherlands, like, because they have a huge Muslim immigration community. Mm-hmm. And they're actually seen as, because they had a Moroccan immigration into the Netherlands at around the same time and similar population to our Cuban immigration into Florida. And the Cubans are seen as, as what would be considered a successful immigration, and the Moroccans are considered an unsuccessful immigration. And there's been a bunch of papers written on comparing the two because they're both so similar and they have the same amount of people go over. In the Netherlands, it's like something like almost half, like they have almost no jail. Like people don't go to jail there for very long.
No,
their whole jail system is
amazing,
crazy compared to the U.S.
Yeah,
it's actually hilarious. But like half of the people in prison in the Netherlands are actually Muslim, while or Maghreb Muslim, if you want to like give like an ethnic group to it. And but they only make up like 15% of the population or something like that. And so there's all these ideas of why the immigration was successful and not successful, and some of it is cultural stuff, because they found that I don't know how much you know about Moroccan Islam compared to like the rest of the Islamic world, but they're fairly liberal compared to the rest, and but they found that Moroccans, when they got there, they actually became more traditionalized. So there was actually this like reversion back to like a much more because Moroccans, there's a significant difference between obviously older generation and younger generation Muslims. Obviously, like the younger ones are liberal, right? And then when they got there, they found that the population who was liberal, they actually became more traditional. Like there was I mean, there's no way to tell why it is, right? But there's like a bit of pride as a minority, or like whether it's like an aversion to Western progressiveness, you know, that they want to go back to some of that, like, I guess, home traditional kind of idea. But that's like part of it. So that's some of that cultural aspects that you see, you know, and obviously in Morocco, it's legal to abuse your wife as long as you don't make her bleed, right? And so you have like these kind of cultural issues that are taking place in the Netherlands. And when you are, I know you're pro open borders or pro open immigration. I don't know if you're open borders, but open immigration, right? Like, do you see these cultural issues as something that makes you, like, how do you approach that? You know what I mean? Like, how?
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're causing harm within the social order, then that's what needs to be regulated. It's that simple. You know, and it doesn't matter what culture it is. It's any culture, right? I mean, I find that there's a lot of white Christian nationalists that break social order, right? Just as I would see an extremist Muslim could break social order.
Right. So if those cultural issues lead to increasing crime, right? You don't have an issue. You just think there needs to be just continue enforcing things as they should be. You don't think that necessarily means you have to curtail immigration to try to reduce crime, right? I mean, like, what, like, so do you see what I'm saying? Like there are cultural issues.
Yeah, no, I would just deal with the problems
crime,
as they come, right? As opposed to like blanket, like, oh, we need to have less immigration.
Okay. That's fair, I guess. I don't know if I necessarily agree. I think that's fair.
Yeah. Anyway, it was nice talking to you, Dylan.
Yeah, have a good one, dude.
You have a great day.
Yes, you.
That was Dylan, everybody. Phones are open, 202-998-5218. Should I do like one more call, or? I've been munching on these. This is what my cheat day does. I swear. I have milk chocolate covered peanut butter pretzels. These are crack cocaine. All right, it's crack. It's so good. It's delicious. I got like peanut butter in the center. It's so good. All right. You're on the line with First Amendment.
Hey, what up, Menders? Extremo, bro. Hey, those are really good, dude.
You've had them?
Ah, hell yeah, bro. Those are the shit.
So good, dude. All right, what's up, Extremo? Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Man, I'm disappointed in you, bro.
Why? What did I do?
It's not what you do, bro. It's what you say. See, here's the thing. I'm from the right. You can say whatever you want, bro. You know, I respect your right to say it. But I need you to be a bit more honest, bro. Like, okay. Your name should, you with a name like First Amendment, bro, you shouldn't be against, or you shouldn't be for censorship. You know what I mean? If anything, if you are going to be for censorship, at least change your name to First Amendment with caveats. You know what I mean? I think it's
you realize the First Amendment does more than just. It does more than simply the freedom of the press.
Well, it's the freedom of expression, right?
Well, it's specifically the freedom of the press, but it's also a separation of church and state, and a right to address grievance with your government.
Right. But you understand the irony in being called the First Amendment and then advocating for censorship.
Yeah, I mean, it's an old name that I had. Right. And I believed in the First Amendment through and through. I was like a First Amendment extremist. And
Right.
so, I mean, let me tell you what happened, right? I built a platform from scratch, mind you, right? With PHP and SQL. I built it in Notepad of all things. And it's still up now. It's called firstamender.com. You can go straight
No, I'm
to it. It's
familiar
still
with
up.
that part. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with what happened, and then the people.
Yeah,
started
and I was
posting all
super
sorts-
into it, right? And I tried to push people to use it and get on it and share their ideas. And here's the thing, man. When you build a soapbox for people to talk, here's what ended up happening, right? They would take my soapbox, flip it upside down, take a giant dump in it. And then there I am standing there with a soapbox that has been flipped upside down and it is taking a dump in it. And so, I go in and I clean the soapbox and I flip it back over and I wait for the next person. Right. And let me give you an example, right? The literal example of something that would happen. A guy has a picture of Darth Vader. Okay. As the picture and then, the headline was butthole, just butthole. And then it said over and over, just butthole. Just spam. Right? Now imagine just 20 of these articles. Just butthole.
Right.
Picture of Darth Vader. Butthole, 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 butthole.
Right.
There is no benefit there. It's just spam. Right? So I go in and I have to delete all that stuff. Right? And then I wait for the next person. I wait for the next person. I have my soapbox up, ready to go. And there, someone flips it right upside down and takes a shit in the soapbox. And I looked at that soapbox and I'm like, I got to clean it again. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, maybe there should be some regulation to ensure that you can have polite discourse. Like the goal is to allow, ideas and operational discourse. But if it's just kind of willy-nilly and free, then what ends up happening is that just crappy stuff just shows up and that's it. You don't actually get real discourse.
I think that you need to. First, we've known each other for a long time, bro. I think you need to respect my intelligence when I say things, right? And the reason I'm telling you this, I'm prefacing what I'm about to say with that, is because you got to understand that I'm not against people regulating speech in their own home. I'm not against that. But what you're advocating for is for the federal government to enact laws that prohibit speech. And the problem
hate
with
speech
that, bro,
laws,
is
yeah. I think we should have hate speech
that's
laws in the U.S.
Right, that's the issue that I'm having, bro, because the federal government, the same one that you complain about that it is corrupt, that has politicians doing insider trading, that advocate for fucked up shit, it's the same government that you're advocating to regulate the speech of like free, essentially what is supposed to be free people, right? If you are advocating for that, that is your right. I respect that. I don't believe you should get shot for that, bro, because I'm not of the left. But you got to understand what you're advocating for, bro. It's the removal of the essence of the First Amendment. If you're going to do that, then you need to stop calling yourself First Amender. You need to call yourself First Amender with caveats.
All right. From here on out, you have to call me First Amender with caveats.
Or just don't call yourself First Amender.
I'm not changing
right?
my name. It's staying First Amender.
I know you're not, bro, but you understand my position, right? Like I'm not telling people that it's okay to be a racist and that you should be able to openly say racist things. But I think that the only way that racism was essentially deleted from the social, from society, is because eventually we have, as of today, we have become the most morally good society that humans have ever experienced. And because of that, and our free speech laws,
I disagree with that.
You think that we are more racist than like the past?
Yeah.
Okay, well, see, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, if you really do believe that, you have to be blind, right? Because
No, I'm not blind.
today,
The relatively recent past. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
like
no,
I think
bro,
if you went back to like, I don't know, 2008, right, it would have been a lot less racist than it is now.
Well, we've already had this conversation, Amanda. My position is that I think we've become way less racist, but the problem is that I think that with the expansion of the internet and, you know, the ability for us to communicate faster and in a higher rate, then now you have this idea that people that say fucked up shit on the internet are positions that are generally held.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you
But
think
that's not
people were like
true, man.
open, like in 2008, we had the internet, right? Were people open to be just like Nazis?
I mean, back then, yeah, hell yeah.
No, not at all.
What? Wait, hold on.
Nazis were largely unheard of. I never saw a Nazi
What? Well, what?
back then. Just
dude,
didn't
I
exist. But
you know
dude,
where
all I got to do is just open up Twitter. Like I just open up Twitter, and I'll get a Nazi like within the first few posts.
Okay, let me ask you two questions.
But
One, did Twitter exist in 2008?
no,
You know the answer.
what's your point?
The point was it as popular as it is today?
No. It's more
Okay,
popular now
so-
than it ever has been.
Right. So it's way more popular. Do you honestly believe there was nobody on Twitter saying fucked up shit in 2008?
I don't even think Twitter was out in 2008.
Right. Do you think that there weren't people saying fucked up shit on the internet in 2008?
I think people were being edgy on the internet, but no, I don't think that they were saying like
Right.
overtly
So it
Nazi, anti-minority propaganda. No,
So can you
it was
understand this
pretty
premise,
fringe
right?
area, but
Premise-
now it's just like out in the open.
Premise one, bro. The internet was not as popular was not as populated rather in 2008. Premise two, there were racists on the internet in 2008. Premise three, because the
I mean,
internet
there were, but like it
has
still
expanded,
holds to the fact that
people say fuck-
there's more racists now than there were.
but there isn't, bro. I think that there's what it
That's
is.
not what I
is
observe.
We
And
Well,
hate crimes
because
are
for
higher
sure-
now than they were. So
well,
no,
not really.
you're wrong about this.
Not really. Well, I mean,
So
right now,
did I
if
just
you
make
say
up those
that
stats? Did those stats just
Well,
come out
no,
of nowhere? They came out of my head.
Well, the truth is that, you know.
Why
if you
why
look
is
at-
hate crime hot on the uprise? Why is that increasing?
Well, I'm about to respond to you, bro. I think that in today's society, calling somebody the N-word is considered a hate crime. Like, that's the problem, bro. The problem is that, bro, what you're doing essentially is shooting yourself in the foot. If you
All right. What about violent hate crime? Is that on the rise?
I mean, is it? I'm sure you could tell me.
I'm asking you.
haven't
Is it on the
seen it.
rise?
I haven't seen it.
I'm not asking if you saw it or not. I'm asking,
Well, I
are
don't
hate
know,
crimes
but
on the
I haven't
rise?
seen it. I have really. I can't tell you that in my lifetime, bro. I've seen a hate crime.
Well, I got right here. It looks like reported hate crimes have doubled between 2015 to 2024.
From what to what?
5.6K
10
to 11.7K.
Okay, so what is considered a violent hate crime?
Yes, hate crimes are motivated that are tracked by the FBI to include motivation by race, ethnicity, ancestry, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender identity, and multiple biases.
Do they have to?
And the source is the Federal Bureau of
violent
Investigation.
Are they violent actions against another person, or is like calling somebody the N-word considered a violent crime?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Is it required that are those statistics dependent on the action to be a physical altercation, or do they take into account people calling somebody the N-word?
Let's take a look here. So it
think that's
appears that
really
there's
important, right?
offense types. There's intimidation, destruction, damage, vandalism of property, assault, aggravated assault, and all other larceny.
Okay, I don't think that speech is it's a violent action, bro. I think you could say whatever you want. I wanted to bring this up too.
Hold
later,
on.
but
So if I say to you, right? And I can't. If I tell you that get out of my country, I'll shoot you for being in my country. You stupid S slur for Mexicans. And I threaten your family. I would say that's intimidating, is it not?
I mean, it can be.
Is that intimidating to you?
I mean, it wouldn't be intimidating from you.
I'm saying somebody comes at you and they're very threatening. Right? Is it intimidating?
I mean, it can be. But it's your right to say that. That's your. I mean, it can be.
So do you think someone has the right to come up to you and threaten the life of you and your kids under the basis of your skin color? Or where you come from?
First and foremost, bro, like making a threat is separate. It's a separate act, bro.
It's intimidation under the basis of your race.
Well, no, it's aggravated assault. So
that's not assault. Assault is where you actually do the action. I'm talking about intimidation.
Well, no, then intimidation is dependent on me, bro. If I feel intimidated,
I'm asking you, is it intimidation?
It can be. It does.
Bro, I gave you an example. Now you have to decide whether or not that's intimidation.
I would honestly, if me, okay. Let me put the scenario into action. Right?
Oh my God, he's not addressing it, guys. Help!
No. I am addressing it. All right. We're walking down the street, and then you turn to me and start saying the things that you said. I wouldn't be worried about it. You have the right to say what you want.
Okay. Well,
not a big deal.
In reality, you don't have a right. You do not have a right to threaten somebody on the basis of someone's skin color.
Well, I personally believe that if you were to do that to me, bro, I would not be intimidated to the point where I would need to like do an action in response to that, bro. I would just walk away because clearly you are an insane person, bro. On the leftist position is that hold up, bro. Give me 1 quick second.
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that, man. The leftist position is that the response to that situation.
Okay. So just so you're aware, right, that specifically the FBI's definition is to unlawfully place another person in a reasonable fear of bodily harm through the use of threatening words and or other conduct, but without displaying a weapon or subjecting the victim to actual physical attack. It does not involve physical contact, which would normally account as assault.
Right.
It involves verbal threats, gestures, or actions that are intended to cause fear. The victim must reasonably believe that they are at risk of harm, and it is still counted as a hate crime if it is motivated by their bias of race, religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, bro. That's my point, though. That's exactly directly works with what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is that today people are pussies, bro. They're way bigger pussies.
But I don't believe people should be allowed to threaten one another.
Well, yeah, obviously in the best society we don't have that, bro. But the reality is that we are a enormous country that is not.
But isn't it fair to say that we shouldn't live in a society that we should not live in a society where threats are appropriate, right? Wouldn't you agree with that?
Well, dude, are you asking me that we should live in the perfect world? Of course. But that's not the world we live in.
Okay, but so then that means we should hold on, but we should strive for that, right? I didn't say
Right,
we
but
live
the
in a perfect world or that that's even
No,
possible.
but
But don't you think that
you're
we should
saying we
strive for
should live in
that
a
at
perfect-
minimum?
Oh, right, but how do we get there? Do you think that incarcerating people that are of a different position than you are is the appropriate?
If you're threatening people, then yeah, incarcerate them. Yeah, you put them in jail. Yeah, that's what you do. Makes perfect sense.
Damn, Amanda.
What?
Amanda.
You're saying that we
I
shouldn't
think-
we shouldn't put people in jail if they threaten people?
Yeah, well, I believe that if you're talking shit, bro, and you're not a threat to me, like physically, then what the fuck am I worried about? Really? Like, what the fuck am I worried about? It's like I was telling your boy Bo.
You're not
Bo Biden.
Yeah, you're not. Bo Biden.
No, well, hold on. It's like I was telling
Bo
your
bro?
boy Bo Biden over here. Yeah, whatever his name is.
Bo
like,
bro?
dude, I told him quit being a McBitch. If somebody's lying about you, bro, just ignore
Yeah, I'm
them.
sorry. I
If
feel
you
like
think-
it doesn't matter, bitch,
Yeah,
no
bro.
bitch. You ought live your life free of harassment. I'm sorry.
I do. Amanda.
Okay,
you don't
but
think people have?
yeah, we should have laws that
offended
prevent people from
physically?
being able to harass people. Whoa.
Well,
What?
There are laws that prevent people.
Okay,
from
but you're
harassing
saying that they're being
people.
a bitch.
Well, again, because if somebody's saying something to you, right, it's separate from them actually doing something to you. Words do not affect me, bro.
That's
If
not
you
true.
say- dude,
If
listen,
I threaten you
say
with your
something-
and your family with your life, and I brandish my gun and I tell you, hey, next time I see you, I'm gonna shoot you,
see,
my
nope,
dude.
nope.
That is
Dude,
that is for
assault.
sure going to
That
affect
is-
your life. You don't just brush that off. No,
Amanda,
you tell the police.
Amanda, that is assault.
That's not assault. Oh my
with a
God.
deadly weapon.
Oh my God.
Amanda,
You
no,
couldn't
no,
be
hold
more
on,
wrong.
hold on.
That's not what assault is.
No, dude, listen, you are wrong about this.
You're
bro.
wrong.
If you brandish a firearm in the act of a threat, that is assault
No.
with a deadly weapon.
That is not a violent action.
Dude, Amanda, look it up. You are 100% wrong about this, bro. If you brandish a firearm in the act of threatening another person in most of the states, I'm pretty sure all of the states, but at least in most of them, that is assault with a deadly weapon.
Hold on.
You are wrong about that. I am telling you this. All right, I am from the hood, bro. I know what assault is, bro. That's an assault.
Hold on.
But if somebody tells me, "Oh, you,"
The answer is it depends. It depends. State by state issue,
yeah,
and there's
unless
also
if you were doing it in defense,
it depends. All right, it doesn't matter, right? If I'm sitting there saying that I'm going to kill you and your family, right? That's because you're Mexican, right? That would be intimidation, right? And you're saying that, well, you and your family, you just got to suck it up. Doesn't make any
it can
sense.
be. If Space Apache says it, I'm gonna be a little bit more cautious.
Oh my God, I don't think you're understanding what I'm trying to tell you here.
You're saying that it should be illegal to threaten somebody. I understand your position, and that's why I prefaced.
So it doesn't matter who's doing it or what.
No, it definitely does, bro. Because again, right? Like if somebody on the internet, some fucking if Bo Bro, I don't know how he looks, but I'm assuming he's a squirmy little dude, right? Like if he comes up to me and starts talking all sorts of shit, I'm not gonna take that as a threat, bro.
That's
If
beside the point,
somebody's saying
Extremo.
You're
not addressing my point.
The point is that you're only as threatened by words as you want to be, bro. That's the reality of the world.
No, it's
dude.
not the
Like,
reality. I think that if you that nobody should be allowed to threaten your life, because you're a Mexican, and I don't care if they're weak, strong, whatever. Because the problem is anybody can have a gun, right? Bobro can come out blazing with 2 AK-47s. Who knows?
Right. Then he committed a crime.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. The
committed
point is that you should have a right to threaten somebody. Start at step one. You're not allowed to do that.
Well, you have a right. First and foremost, though, dude, you're making a direct. You're trying to make a.
I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Argument.
We're going in circles.
No, we're not. Look, let me explain to you my position just a little bit more clearly so you can understand.
No, I don't get it.
Because this is real important to understand this, Amanda, because What my issue is that your name is First Amender. You're by assuming that name, it's assumed that you are pro free speech, and violent speech, right? It's under the umbrella of speech, and if
It is
you
not.
believe in free speech, you're okay with violent speech.
It is not.
That's the reality. It is why the ACLU defended the Klan whenever they did the march against them, bro. It is cemented in the value of the First Amendment that we need to protect people with unpopular opinions, bro. It is so important, bro, that we do this, because if we remove the ability for people to say what they believe, what we create is secret societies of people that have bad opinions, bro.
But
evil opinions.
so that's actually not the reality. The reality is that when you have hate speech laws, you actually curtail the discourse of action. And it actually reduces there being people with extremist worldview, because it's not out in the open. It ends up being a fringe position to hold. That's confirmed. I even read an Australian study specifically regarding this.
The fringe.
This has been carefully studied.
Well, the people that hold the fringe positions are the ones that commit violence, Amender.
Okay, I'm saying, right, if it's out in the open and anybody can just talk about it and that it is considered acceptable, you end up with more people that are hateful than if it were just a fringe audience.
Right, but the grand majority of the United States is opposed to racism, bro.
Wrong.
You understand that, right? You believe that, right?
Okay, no, actually, fair enough. Most people are against racism. Fair enough. I'll grant you that.
I said the grand majority. I'm saying like 90% of people in America believe that racism is abhorrent, and I
think if that was the case, then the Republican Party would be dead as we knew it.
Dude, you're now saying that Republicans are racist.
Yes. They are. Dude, if you want me to not call it racist, then stop arguing for racist policies. Stop it. Stop coding language and creating laws that disproportionately disadvantage minorities. Stop it. No more. Right? You want me to stop calling you a racist? Stop doing that stuff.
Like what, bro? Like what
yeah,
laws
dude,
are
we
being
pull away,
pushed
dude,
that will negatively affect minorities?
Let me give you an example. School choice is one of the most racist freaking things that have ever come out. The idea of school choice, right?
Why? I believe heavily in school choice.
Okay. The reality is that when you have school choice, that means that the affluent schools will do even better, right?
Right.
And the poor schools or the largely minority schools will do worse because people are fleeing those schools. So who does that affect? It doesn't affect white people. It affects brown people.
Can be poor too.
Right?
No, white people can be poor too.
I'm sure they can, but that's not the case for a majority of the population. It is empirically the fact that statistically speaking, brown people are poorer than white people in the United States.
Well,
so when you implement school choice, what you're doing is that some of the money that would go to the poorer schools are now being divested from the poorer schools and going to the richer schools. That's the result. And we know that to be the case, right? But even though that's pointed out as the reality, people still argue this stupid libertarian argument that, if people just choose a school, like they can't even fathom the idea of making the poor schools better. That idea is completely off the table. They're like, can't do that. We got to have like some schools be really, really shitty and the good schools be better. That's their argument. That's what
not the
happens,
argument.
dude. That's what happens.
No,
And then the
the
end result is that it's a
bro.
racist policy that just pulls money away from the brown schools and puts it towards the white schools. That's what school choice does. School choice has been done before. And that's the result. That's what happens every single time. It's not a new thing. And yet, here we are to this day, Republicans saying, school choice, school choice, school choice. Fuck you.
Hell yeah.
It's fucking racist. Fuck you.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it doesn't.
Dude,
It
if I
doesn't
have a
mean
law
to
that
be
bans
racist if you put
cornrows, is
any
that
type of thought
racist?
into it. Amanda,
If I have a law that bans cornrows, is that racist?
If it bans cornrows,
Yeah.
bans cornrows for everybody, it's not racist.
How is that, dude? Who has cornrows typically? Would you say? Is it white people?
I mean, yeah, white people can have cornrows. I've seen it. Think it's inappropriate.
Who has cornrows typically? Extremo?
Well, you tell me, Amanda.
Black people, they tend to have cornrows.
Oh,
so if
okay.
you look at a specific trait that is specific to brown people and then you create policies that disadvantage brown people, it's fucking racist.
It's racist,
Right? But I don't have to say race, right? I could code the language in such a way to avoid the accusations of it being racist, even though that's literally the basis of it. School choice does exactly that of what I just said.
Let me ask you a question, Amanda. All right. Very simple. If the school that banned cornrows also bans mohawks, is the school racist?
Yeah. Why are you banning cornrows?
Yeah, see, that's my problem with Bender, right? Like, if you put any level of thought into what you're saying, bro.
I am.
Okay.
School choice is racist. It is. It makes life worse for brown people. It does.
Brown people make life worse for brown people, bro. Let me just make that clear. And to respond to the school choice thing, bro. All right, if you go to underprivileged communities, bro, you see statistically, like almost categorically, bro, that they always do worse than schools that are in more affluent neighborhoods. That is obvious, right?
What?
Now you got to take it. Poor people's schools, quote unquote, do worse than rich people's schools.
That's correct.
Quote unquote.
Yes.
Okay. So now we need to determine what is the cause of this outcome, right?
Yeah.
Now,
so it's lack of resources as well as lack of time from the parents to be able to tutor their kids or tutors in general.
Well, no, there's tutoring in poor schools. But
not as much.
Well, that's two things, right?
There's not as much resources available for those areas.
Well, no, there's plenty of resources, bro. They even get free healthcare. That's not the issue. They even get free food in Texas. I don't know how they do it in Florida. But the point is that, like, so you hit it in the head, right? In two things for sure, right?
You got 38
lack
seconds.
Of resources and lack of attention from the parents, right? Nowhere did you say racism, right? The reality is that I don't want my kids to go to school with students or peers that are going to be like less attentive and more distracting, bro. And I think that it should be allowed for me to move my kid to a school where they're going to be able to get a better education, because Shaliqua's or Juan's kids are fucking bad. You know what I mean? And they don't want to do the things to take care of that behavior issue, right? I think that has nothing to do with race, bro. It has to do, you're right, 100% with the parents. Yeah. So again, like, it didn't even take me but 30 seconds, like you said, bro, to remove racism as the reasoning of why school choice should be allowed.
Okay.
You know?
Anyway, it was good talking to you, Extremo. We're going to move on.
Yeah, bro. All right, bro. Bro, quit being a McBitch. Assalamu alaikum.
That was Extremo, everybody. Phones are open. 202-998-5218. We got time for one more call. Hakeem sounds upset that I said cornrows are now a trait of black people. So if I did a demographics of people who have cornrows, it would overwhelmingly be black people. White people typically don't have cornrows. And so if I made a law banning cornrows, it would disproportionately affect black people. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's good, Amender?
Is this
It's Chaos.
Chaos? How you
It's
doing,
Chaos.
Yes, sir. I did want to actually debate you on something.
What do you think? If I banned cornrows, is that racist? Would that be racist in your mind?
If you banned
Yeah,
cornrows,
if cornrows were banned, would that be a racist law?
I don't think so.
No? Why do you not think that? Never mind. Fuck it. I don't care. We'll
You
go to
do
the next.
realize that the Vikings had cornrows, right?
I'm sure,
just a black
but let's
people
be
thing.
honest, right? What is the demographics of people wearing cornrows?
Sure. Like, you know, predominantly
I would probably say
black
like
people are gonna have cornrows.
99% of people with cornrows, they'd probably be black.
Yeah, sure, but I just don't see it as,
And so if I made a law that banned cornrows, that would disproportionately affect black people.
well, sure.
Right? Like if I had sodomy laws, right, that would disproportionately affect gay people, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
we
this
could-
is my
yeah,
point.
see
It's
that.
like you can have a racist law or a sexist law without implying sex or race at all. Right? You could just look at things that are typical of that race or sex or whatever, and then start banning those things. Right? And a lot of the reason as to why it's even done this way is so that way they could skirt the line of it being racist as fuck. Anyway, go ahead.
I guess. Yeah, I could see the skirt the line of it because, like, I'm really thinking about it. I'm like, that just caught me off guard.
Cornrows?
um,
Go ahead. Sorry.
cornrows, like out of all things, I'm like, I mean, that's a good example. Hold on, I got to remember why. What was the thing I wanted to talk about? What was it? Damn it.
Sorry.
It either has to do something about gay rights, the Jews, or trans rights. I just do not remember what it was.
Okay. Gay rights, the Jews, or trans.
I cast a wide net on that one.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see. The Briska says, don't black people say if whiteys have cornrows, they are appropriating their culture? I think, like, you have a right to wear
that's what it
cornrows
was.
as a white person. Like I'm perfectly
it was
okay with
slavery.
white people adopting whatever culture they want. Right? It's America, bro. Welcome to America. It's fucking land of the
That's a
free.
fact.
Let's do it. Wear fucking cornrows.
also,
Wear fucking
like-
Mexican clothes. Who cares? Like, why does this matter?
Well,
I
mean,
like
it's more or
tacos.
less like.
Don't you like
I'll break it
tacos?
down for you. No, I'll break it down for you. Exactly. The problem is because we're so divided. What ends up happening is, let's say one white person decides to adopt Norse cornrows, right, or dreads, Norse cornrows or dreads,
Okay.
and then black people start having a problem with this, or they're like, "Oh, why are you
Yeah,
appropriating
no,
our
you have a
culture?"
right
And
to
he's
wear
like, "No,
cornrows if
that's
you're
my
white, black,
culture."
whatever. No,
Yeah,
stupid.
exactly. So it's just like at the end of the day, I feel like just because there's that division of like this, like you did, like there's that mindset of your skin color did something to my ancestors, possibly, even if you were African American or not, that have ancestors here, like your ancestors possibly did something to me, so I'm going to be upset about it right now in the current day and age. Really feel like how that's going down because. The topic that I wanted to bring up was actually slavery, and talking to somebody, and they were like, "Oh, how can you speak on slavery? You're a white person," and I basically have to break down to them how like the term slave was coined from Slav, the Eastern European people that were enslaved and then thrown and sold into the Mediterraneans. So it's like, everyone can talk about anything that they want to. Most people don't even realize that there's a lot of people, ancestors, no matter what skin color is, that have actually went through slavery. I want to know your opinion on that. Do you feel like a specific type of people should be able to talk about issues, or do you feel like everybody, no matter what type, creed, ethnicity,
can contribute. Like, let me ask you this, right? Like, just off the top of my head, can a guy be a gynecologist?
You can be,
yeah,
but I don't think the woman.
You can learn everything there is to know about vaginas without having a vagina, right?
Okay,
you can do that, right? You can be that. Okay, it's possible.
Yeah.
So a white person can talk about slavery,
It works. It's just, I feel like, because I understand the different dichotomies of different types of slavery that people experience through, and I understand that thoroughly, and I understand that, with the U.S. itself, the white people have, let me specify this, the white British people, there we go, did a lot of stuff right to the African Americans that came in here through boats. So I completely understand if, you got good old boys, if you will, and you have black people saying, okay, well, your ancestors did this, you shouldn't be able to talk about this, you're this, that, and the third. I can understand that. But when you start targeting skin color and not understanding that specific people are, like, their families are not even from this country, have went through slavery, I feel like they still have that right, if not the exact same right to talk about it as you do.
Wait, you're saying
right?
that they should have
not
the same right or
the
should
good
not?
Boy, but what happened?
You're saying they should have the right or should not?
No, they should have the right. Like, okay, so there's like three lines here. The African American slavery, then let's say I'll use the Mediterranean slavery. Those are on par. Then you have the good old boys talking about slavery. But the Mediterranean slavery, those are still white people, and the good old boys are white people. So those are the three lines I'm drawing, because I feel like the good old boys, you can talk about it, but your voice is going to be less impactful than the people that have had family that has went through this, even if that person's skin color is white.
I'm sorry, I was getting a little confused dealing with this character that looked like an enemy, but they're not an enemy. You'll have to repeat yourself.
No, you're good. No, you're good. I'm basically saying that I personally feel like, I understand if, a black individual would look at a person that's white, that's family, has done these atrocities, and look at them as, okay, your voice does not hold enough weight. But I don't want black people to be like, oh, that applies to every single person with white skin.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't believe that, because once again, I bring up, can a guy be a gynecologist? Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to have the lived experience to know everything about it.
Yeah. Would you say that? Yeah, because like I asked this because it's like there's always that underlying hint of racism in this country. Like, people could be like, "Oh, this country ain't racist." It really is, honestly. Like it honestly is, and it's not even like it's apparent. Like, people could say like even like.
Wait, what? But Extremo told me that wasn't the case.
Well, you know how Extremo gets, but like I love Extremo, but at the end of the day. No, he's wrong. There is racism. Like, for example, ask Extremo this next time. When's the last time you told a racist joke? Or when's the last time you said anything or you thought, matter of fact, you thought that was racist? You do realize these are racist things. Like, regardless of if it's small racism or big racism, there's no racism in this country. It is what it is. And I feel like you're right on
Extremo
this,
is often immune to these kinds of criticisms. Because, like, a good example is, like, I'll say something like, I told Extremo, I said, well, how would you feel if I said like, what, why aren't you eating taco or whatever, because he's Mexican, and he was just like, bro, I am eating a taco right now. I was like, you fucking son of a bitch.
The tacos are good.
They are good. I like tacos. Tacos are good. I want a taco.
Facts.
Maybe I'll go hit up
Facts.
the local taco place. Not Taco Bell. I want like an actual taco, that has the. Let me see, I got food on the mind. Look at me. Here, let me show you a real Mexican taco. Like a real actual, this is a Mexican taco. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Let's see here.
Copy. There's taco spots around the crib that do make authentic Mexican tacos.
Dude, this is what I want.
All right, let's see.
I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
This.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to mute it. And it's about 12 seconds behind that. Pulled pork with that big chunk of fat in there, likely,
Mm-hmm.
And it's got that lime wedge that you take a really spicy sauce, and you've got that corn tortilla with all that cilantro. The more cilantro, what the fuck? Get away from it. All right. The more cilantro, the better.
White onions be banging.
With that white onion.
That's banging. That's banging.
Cocaine is so good.
That's right.
I've never had cocaine. I just say it's like cocaine. It's like crack.
No.
I've never had it. So
I would compare it to the taste of it as it is a good. Yeah. I could say cocaine. I can say that. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
This is do not do drugs, kids, and stay in school. Okay.
Man, it's the equivalent of drugs. This is so good. I need one of these. A pulled pork, just carnita. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's clean.
I'm looking forward to that. I want that.
Here's an interesting question. What do you think? How do you think we should go about restoring our education system? Because it is god awful, and it's only been getting worse.
We got to fund the Department of Education. Seriously, we got to involve teachers and people that are at a federal level. Get a minimum standard up to par. Right? I feel like we need to study what other countries have done in our situation. And I think we could get a real viable solution that leads better outcomes. That's what I believe that.
Yeah. I feel like, we really do need to start funding education terribly. We also should fund extracurriculars in sports, and as well as everything else, but equally, instead of giving a school a big ass budget and they literally spend it on a stadium because they got a good sports team. Like, that's not how that's supposed to go. You're supposed to allocate these funds evenly throughout everything so everybody can get those funds, right? Mm-hmm. We need to have a system where that is the case, because honestly, I do not trust the school system. I do not trust the people who oversee the budget whatsoever to distribute the funds appropriately. I really do not. And
yeah, again, this is where it goes into we got to pull money out of politics. We have to get this lobbying stuff, because I think a lot of this stuff is probably the fault of lobbying, where it's the interest of people is not being adequately represented, and instead is curtailed for an insurance company or hedge fund managers, or people that run multinational corporations at the expense of the consumer. We have to pull it out, man.
I agree. Yeah, it's it doesn't help that this country is owned by 6 gigantic companies. It really doesn't
Yeah.
help. I do hope we get to a point where I hope Trump actually goes ham on the funding on the education system. I genuinely do hope. It might not be the case, right? But, if he does, that's good, because we need that. We definitely need that. Because, the more funding we get into those schools, the more we can get kids off the streets. I'll be 100% with you. Because if a kid is looking at a school where there's structure and you're able to actually do mad shit, you'll be like, fuck it, I actually do want to be part of a sports team. I actually do want to do this. I don't want to go chill with the homies on the block. And that was a big thing for me when I was in high school. Like, I couldn't wait to get out of class just to go chill with the homies in the mall.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a terrible mindset. And the worst part is the school was so terrible that a book that I read in 6th grade in the UN school, they were reading in junior year in high school.
Yeah.
I didn't even take the class. I had a bet with my English teacher that I'm going to skip this entire class, and if I get a 70 and above on my Regents, you're going to pass me. She said, bet. I pulled up. I got a 75 on the Regents for English.
Great work.
Yeah. That's how bad the education system is.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
I'm not even a smart person. I'm stupid. I'm retarded when it comes down to actual education. I'm a fucking bad, I was a bad student.
You don't sound that dumb, to be fair.
I appreciate you. But, at the end of the day, we really got to get America back on track, honestly. And I really do feel like with Charlie Kirk's passing, I do hope that there's going to be at least some change in the way that we look at things. And I hope the change is positive as opposed to negative. Because the one thing that I fear is that what people get from this entire situation is I now got to be so cautious of public speaking, I'm going to not even do events, and I'm going to start canceling my events.
I just
and
think
now we can't.
Well,
we don't even
I
have
just
that
think like after this,
anymore.
I don't think it's going to get any better until this Trump administration is over. It's got to end.
Who do you think? Do you have anybody on the left that you would even want to see in
I think
office?
Gavin Newsom would be really good. I like Pete Buttigieg too. I think they'd be good. Yeah.
Gavin Newsom, he's cool.
I'd even take a
actually
progressive
like
candidate. There's nothing wrong with a progressive candidate either.
True. I don't mind it. Because, at the end of the day, the division is fine and dandy, but there's a quote that I read actually not so long ago. Let me just get it real quickly before I think this. And, it made me think.
Hakeem's saying, so basically you're saying the left will continue to cause violence until Trump is out of office. Number one, it's not the left causing violence, it's the right, overwhelmingly. And number two, I don't advocate for violence of any kind.
It's a fact. But here's the quote. Give them bread and circuses and they will never revolt. Juvenile. So that's really what it is. And the saddest part is you apply that logic nowadays. You just give them entertainment. You just give them more mind-numbing entertainment. And they'll never revolt. They'll eventually be fine. The politics of it, because the right really needed to get rid of the PC movement and cancel culture, which I actually respect, they ended up fucking going so far haywire that at this point, you have so much political division. And it's like, I don't know. It bothers me because I didn't even vote for Trump. People could say I wasted my vote. I don't care. I voted for Vivek Ramaswamy. It is what it is. Don't care. But I personally feel like he would have done a way better job and not had this much division in this country. That's my personal opinion.
Bro, honestly, I think you could have had a Joseph Stalin and it would have been less divisiveness in this country.
Well, I mean, yeah, a lot of communism.
Yeah, I mean, like, unironically, like, it just about anybody would have been less divisive. Like, It's like insane what I see going on. It's like, dude, this is not okay. This is not normal.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is true. That's even coming from someone like I'll be watching this. There's a reason I like being the centrist, right? At least a little bit to the left. I'll watch this shit on the fence. Like, you guys are killing each other. Y'all can say that I'm on the fence. Fantastic. I'm not the one launching missiles at y'all. I'm just watching y'all do this to each other and killing yourselves while eating popcorn. Like, and this is the shit that bothers me. It's like, maybe the people on the fence got so sick and tired of shooting shots at each other that they just got on the fence because they don't want to be a part of any of this anymore. And the wildest part is, if we could have a candidate that can actually rile both sides genuinely under one flag, which is America, we could genuinely get our country back in order. Honestly.
I mean, I just think we need to deal with like the socioeconomic issues in this country, and then everything else kind of follows into place.
I feel like
people stop being violent.
I agree with you, but
it's true.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%.
They get
but
less
I
extreme.
See entertainment, and I see entertainment as a big factor of it in division, because the internet made it so much easier for us to communicate, but it also made it so much easier for so much information to be pushed everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So you have people
I agree with you
who
there.
are now, so they have no reference point because their generations are now grown up with the internet. They don't have a reference point of what they should actually even go into, or what if they go down this path, what those consequences or actions could look like. Before we had that, it was called having friends in real life and actually, talk to people who are older than you to give you some life advice, right? Mm-hmm. Nowadays, you don't get that. Nowadays, you got ChatGPT. Yeah, that's your life advice. And what ends up happening is, when you do that, you start spiraling down one side, and you're wondering why things aren't working for you. Well, gee, dog, I don't know, maybe because you don't have any fucking social cues. Maybe. So, at a certain point, you really ask yourself, what's doing more harm? Well, what do we need to fix first? The socioeconomic issues or the actual entertainment issues that we have within our industry right now as regards to technology and the computer, the
again,
internet,
they have
everything.
Technology all throughout these European nations. It's not as vitriolic. It really isn't. Right? I think you deal with socioeconomic issues, that's your solve.
You're going to solve, and I agree with you, you're going to solve a big baseline issue, right? But I just don't feel like, you're solving only like half of the foundation with socioeconomic issues, because what I see happening is, let's say we solve these issues, right? Let's say everybody's happy with the bread they're getting, economy's looking good, you can afford groceries, you can actually save up to buy a house, get trips, do all that stuff, okay? I still feel like at the end of the day, even when we were at our economic best, people still had issues because they wanted it. Human beings just decide to create drama when they are fulfilled and content. It's a human nature thing. Like, I don't know what it is. And I feel like because of the size of the United States trying to gather everyone underneath one banner to be calm without having these impulses and urges for drama, I don't feel like that's ever going to happen unless we do a recall of the entire way we look at our society, entertainment, and everything, because at this point we have so much freedom that it numbed us. Does that even make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So what do you think of sorry, give me a moment. I was trying to think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep. Yes. What I was going to mention. So everybody who's listening right now, I am 4 subs away from 800. 800 subs. Only 4 subs. And we are just one step closer to I desperately, I got to tell you, man, I want to get more than King Sithis, and I want to hit 1K before King Sithis. Ooh. Right? King Sithis is at 900 subs, but he's very slowly gaining, and we've been gaining so much faster than King Sithis. And I'm looking at the math, and effectively, if things were to go the way that they're going now, we would effectively reach 1,000 subscribers at the same time. But I think if I put my nose to the grindstone, I have 1,000 subs before King Sith. So throw me a sub. Screw ANCAPs. I just want to dog on this ANCAP who got started earlier than me, and I'm going to get past him. I want to dog on him.
You got this. You got this. You got this. I can see it too. Your channel's been growing hella fast. I remember
doing
last
good.
time I was on. I think
It's getting there. I mean, it takes time. It's not. There's no like easy way to go about it when you don't know when nobody knows you. You know, they're like, why should I watch you? You know, so it's kind of like a self-feeding prophecy. But you know, I think I got some good points. I think I try to tone down the rhetoric. You know.
That's good.
Eric Lee says they're
good.
joining King Sithis. No!
Oh no. Oh no.
That's the opposite of what we want.
He's siphoning.
We gotta beat King Sithis.
You got to.
We gotta beat him. He's sitting at 910 subs. He's been gaining so yeah, he's got the worst arguments. He's got, I mean, he needs 90 subs, right? And he's gonna have, but I've been gaining really fast. You know, so any amount, hook me up. All right. All right. I'm sorry. That's the end of me begging for subs. Outside of that, what do I think? I think, what is going on in my game? Like, what is this? Let's see here. The Briscoe says, I was King Sithis' 910th sub. Bruh, wait, I'm getting haters. Oh, no. I just have haters. No subs, just haters. Dang. How do I, dude, I'm gonna die. I'm taking C damage. Do I have any C medication? I do not. I'm just taking damage. All right, let's see if we can, oh, dude, I have to wait for reinforcements, but I don't think I'm gonna survive this. I think I'm gonna die. This is awful. This is bad. Have you ever played Stalker? Have you ever played Stalker 2? It's a good game.
I have not. I think the last Stalker I played was it Tales of Chernobyl?
Tales of Chernobyl? You mean anyway, hold on. Okay. Someone said, is it racist for a black business owner to only hire black people? Yeah. Yeah.
It depends what neighborhood it is. If there's no influence of white
racist.
people,
Of course it's racist.
No. How is it racist if there's no white people in that neighborhood to hire?
Yeah, but okay. Oh, well, that's. I gotta retreat for the Duga. Okay. Oh my God, no. Oh Jesus, I'm gonna die. We're dead. We have to retreat. We're gonna die. We're about to die. We're gonna die. We need to leave. I'm taking C damage. I'm gonna die. Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, good. We're retreating. Retreat. I'm out. I have no health potions. I have no more healing. I'm leaving. We're leaving. We're retreating. All right. Did I make it?
It was in Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl on the original
Great game.
PC.
Great game.
Yeah.
Jimmy is so far from a comedian. It's not even funny. LOL. Yeah, I didn't think he was that funny, right? I'm a left winger. I didn't think he was that funny.
What killed Harvey?
But like, do you think that we should silence his speech? Like, probably not, right? Don't you agree? Like, a government shouldn't come in and try to threaten network or FCC status on the basis of them not saying views that they like, right? Wouldn't you agree? Like, are you guys like pro Second Amendment?
Depends what country, but yes.
Yeah. It sounded more and more like North Korea every day, bro.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, you know, you let's say it's an African country. You're trying to get rid of some dictators, some warlords. They've infiltrated the news. Blah 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 blah. You know what it is. I'm not saying the U.S. Obviously. That's why I specified certain countries.
Jimmy Kimmel in blackface.
Okay, that one was crazy.
That's what someone said in chat.
He is racist, and I don't support him. Oh my God.
All right. Well, anyway.
Oh, yeah. What I remembered I'll just do one more thing. We'll do this quickly, and then, just a yes or no. This is the question about the Jews. You're going to love this one. So, the Allies could have saved the Jews before Hitler started his genocide towards them.
Repeat that?
The Allies, you know, the Allied nations, UK, US, etc., the Allies, could have saved the Jewish people, before Hitler started his genocide towards them.
I don't know. I don't know. It's difficult to say.
I'm on the side of yes.
I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, we have gotten past our 30-minute mark, but I appreciate you for calling.
Heck yeah, brother.
Thanks,
you have a great one.
Yeah. All right. Discussion about what? Various racist stuff, I think. Various stuff. Okay. All right, everybody. I have been streaming for, I would say, 4 hours now. And I think I'm going to take a break. Probably, I don't know, relax, chill, go get me some carnitas. I'm going to finish off this fight that I have here, and then I'm going to see if I can save and get out. Dude, where the... Yeah, people are trying to call me right now. Is this an enemy? That is an enemy. What? This is like a zombie. Sorry, give me a moment. We're ending the show. If you guys like what I liked, or you guys want to like know when I am streaming next, join my notification Discord. Well, it's not really a notification Discord. It's actually a Hangout Discord. Discord.gg /FIRST Amender. And there is also, what else? Crap, what was I going to say? We're on the road to 1,000 subs. And slowly but surely we be climbing, which is really, really neat. So I really appreciate you guys showing up, providing the support. Once again, very small YouTuber, so any amount really does count. Any amount of interaction. So I appreciate y'all for joining in. I enjoy these shows. They're fun. I can't. I'm leaving. No more calls. I'm leaving. All right. I got stuff to do. I feel like, I don't know, sleeping? Do I want a nap? Or do I want to... I could also go get carnitas. I got to go touch grass. There it goes. I was able to save my game. All right, y'all. Thank y'all very much.